Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Gather, come and join. Come kick it together with me. One man went to more. The session commences. That's 10 o'clock space again. We occupy it. So come occupy that 10 o'clock spot with me. The session has started. One man went to more. That or you are laughing guy that occupies 10 o'clock UK time in your space. So I'm occupying that space yet again. Come occupy with me. This is what we do, and this is where we do it. Come, let's do it together. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water. Oh yes, water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ. Petrosọ́nà ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ. Petrosọ́dúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Ìgbàlà tí àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Iku Koniru Agweshe Decay guides are powerful prayers, as I often introduce. Powerful prayers indeed. Iku Koniru Agweshe, as guys, I bring you these. Though difficult, I will consider demand for Kanu's release. Buhari assures Igbo leaders. So that political solution that they have been talking about, it looks as though that's going to be the fast track for this guy out of prison, because the headlines and all of the noise around just this guy's incarceration is getting just that much more difficult to handle. So, for reasons of expediency, if nothing else, though difficult, I will consider demand for Kano's release. Buhari assures Igbo leaders. So, quite what that means, we'll find out in the fullness of. Buhari has no option at this point than to release Nnamdi Kanu. Shore claps back, but then, of course, he's always very quick to move into that space. But quite how he justifies that headline, we'll find out, as I said, soon enough. Buhari has no option at this point than to release Nnamdi Kanu, a headline attributed to the poser Omoyele Sowore. Nnamdi Kanu is lucky to be getting tried in Nigeria. Buhari just harps on even more, so quite why that is, we found out shortly. Nnamdi Kanu is lucky to be getting tried in Nigeria, a headline attributed to Kanu. So now this next storyline is more the pictures than anything else, but essentially Ganduje endorsing Tinubu. Ganduje leads top politicians to welcome Tinubu during condolence visit to Dangote. So there you are. This guy has never been coy in his support for Tinubu. This is not the first time. We remember just several months ago now, the first breakout of the Tinubu posters and campaign materials actually surfaced in that kind of space, kind of space, with the Say Baba clothes and banners all over Kano at some point. So Say Baba, not the Say Baba, but the Say Jagaban posters and clothing and Ankara all over Kano. So Say Jagaban again, Ganduje leads top politicians to welcome Tinubu during condolence visit to Dangote. So what that quite means, I will find out in the fullness of. So we depart Nigeria to go international, actually to go stateside to cross the pond, because this is a striking development, and I predicted this just as the administration came in, that this essentially will be. I gave it 2 years, but maybe I might even try to revisit that before we have the first black female president in America. So the opening salvo to that space, Kamala Harris acts as first woman United States president after Biden was placed under anesthesia. So anesthesia, of course, that then temporarily suspends your faculties for a moment. So, and there cannot be no vacuum in power. So to avoid that vacuum in power, Kamala Harris now, for a moment, the president of America. Kamala Harris acts as first woman U.S. president after Biden was placed under anesthesia. So quite what that means, we'll find out in the fullness of. So, still with the panel, we would have been praised if we accepted government claims that hoodlums operated at Lekki Tollgate. So, it's the members of the panel coming out now to clap back at the backlash that they're getting from the system. So, they expected them to doctor the report, essentially, is what this person is saying. We would have been praised if we accepted government claims that hoodlums operated at Lekki Tollgate, a headline attributed to a panel member. So quite why that has been said, we'll find out in the fullness of. Justin Kanu, Buhari insists on judicial process but may consider unconditional release. So that tallies with this first headline that we brought. So we might either read this or that, but certainly not both. IPOB alleges plot to eliminate Nnamdi Kanu in DSS facility. So is this alarmist mentality and this penchant that they have for making up stories that is the Achilles heel of the eastern quarters? So they cannot help but make up a story and tell a lie within that space. IPOB, and I'm presuming, of course, because I don't know how this is justified, but just from the headline, it already sounds like a ridiculousness. To the ridiculousness, IPOB alleges plot to eliminate Nnamdi Kanu in DSS facility. So quite what that means we'll find out shortly. How IPOB paid US lobbyists to spread falsehood about Nigeria. Presidency speaks, and that is off the back of Nigeria being removed now from the list of nations of religious tolerance. So we may or may not read that. So it's an option between that and this now final headline. So it's going to be one of them that will decide on presenting. More Nigerian youths committing suicide. It is the House of Representatives alarming to that space. So quite why they are committing suicide, we find out soon enough. But of course, we all know the sort of pressures that all the young people in Nigeria are under. It's just immense pressure, social pressure, family pressure, pressure to do well, pressure just even to survive in some instances. So all of that to be covered. So kick back, sit back, as I've said, an open microphone session, as I always say. And the open microphone is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come and run your commentaries on these headlines that are brought you, then just click on that hyperlink. But before we fully present, to the east.
Do I fall? O Mary, o Nizu, o Niroya, Abakare, Mama, Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unaboli Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unaboli Mary Nnamdi bu onye du aimo. O Mary wone nizu ngiro ya. Abakare Mamanda Ora Unaburi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unaburi Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unaboli Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unaboli Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python that's one, Python that's two, now Python that's a three. Unaboli Mary Nnamdi.
And there we are. Nnamdi Mati win the war. Python dancey, Python dancey. Nnamdi Mati win the war. Python dancey, Python dancey. Nnamdi Mati win the war. As guys, I bring you this. Though difficult, I will consider demand for Nnamdi Kanu's release. Buhari assures Igbo leaders. President Muhammadu Buhari has said he will consider the unconditional release of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB Nnamdi Kanu, as demanded by elder statesmen from the southeast. Buhari, however, said such a request was a difficult option to weigh, but assured to give it a thought. Buhari said this on Friday while receiving a group under the aegis of highly respected Igbo greats led by First Republic parliamentarian and Minister of Aviation Mbazu Like Amechi at State House Abuja. A presidential media aide, Femi Adesina, revealed this in a statement titled, President Buhari to Igbo leaders, your demand for Nnamdi Kanu's release is heavy. I will consider it. Speaking to the delegation led by the 93-year-old Amechi, Buhari said, you have made an extremely difficult demand on me as leader of this country. The implication of your request is very serious. In the last 6 years, since I became president, nobody would say I have confronted or interfered in the work of the judiciary. God has spared you and given you a clear head at this age with a very sharp memory. A lot of people half your age are confused already, but the demand you made is heavy. I will consider it. Stressing his policy of non-interference with the judiciary, the president said when Kanu jumped bail, got arrested, and was brought back to the country, I said the best thing was to subject him to the system. Let him make his case in court instead of giving very negative impressions of the country from the outside. I feel it's even a favor to give him that opportunity. The president also sympathized with Amechi over the loss of his wife. The nonagenarian had described the situation in the southeast as painful and pathetic. He said businesses and education were suffering in the region while pleading for a political solution rather than a military one to Kanu's case. Amechi promised to caution Kanu over his utterances of if he is released to him, saying, Amechi promised to caution Kanu over his utterances if he is released to him, saying he would no longer say the things he had been saying. According to him, he can control Kanu, not because I have anything to do with IPOB, but I am highly respected in Igbo land today. Amechi said twice he had interfaced with Nnamdi Kanu in the past, and the latter rescinded orders earlier given on civil disobedience. He concluded, I don't want to leave this planet without peace returning to my country. I believe in one big united Nigeria, a force in Africa. Mr. President, I want you to be remembered as a person who saw Nigeria burning and you quenched the fire. Members of the visiting delegation were former governor of Anambra State, Chukwu Emeka Ezeafe, Bishop Sunday Onuaha of the Methodist Church, former president of Igbo Social Cultural Group, Aka Ikenga, Godi Uwazurike, and Tagbo Amechi. So there you are, Buhari giving consideration then to the release of Umar Bon. It doesn't look as though he would be having too many options because certainly that matter is not going to be settled in court one way or the other. It's just too volatile and the case too shaky. Buhari has no option at this point than to release Kano. Showore speaking, Omoyele Sowore, a human rights activist and strong critic of the Muhammadu Buhari administration, has said the Nigerian president must release Nnamdi Kanu, the detained leader of the outlawed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. According to Sowore, Buhari has got no option at this point. Sowore was reacting to Friday's visit of some Igbo leaders to Buhari at the presidential villa in Abuja. Correspondents had reported that a group under the aegis of highly respected Igbo greats, led by First Republic parliamentarian and Minister of Aviation Chief Mbazulike Amechi, met with President Buhari on Friday and pleaded with the Nigerian leader to intervene in Kanu's matter so that he can regain his freedom. Some of the other people in the visiting delegation include, and then it goes on to give us the names that we have already read. So now on to Showore's comment. Muhammadu Buhari doesn't understand the doctrines. Muhammadu Buhari doesn't understand the doctrine of separation of powers. He doesn't believe in the rule of law, but he's got no option at this point. He must #free Kanu now, Showore wrote on his verified Facebook page. So there you are. We will see. That might well just be words said in respect to the company that he's in. But those words now public, so how now that follows through is something that we need to see. Because if he's going to live by those words, then he needs to live by them sooner rather than later. That is just the point as my phone pings. Let me just see if that is a message. Okay, so if he's going to live by those words, then he has to live by them sooner rather than later, because if he delays it, then it has no meaning. Nnamdi Kanu is lucky to be getting tried in Nigeria, says Buhari. I think we may well have already captured that, but let's just have a look to see if it's expanded upon. President Muhammadu Buhari says Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the banned indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, who is currently standing trial in Nigeria for treason, is getting a favor. Buhari was speaking on Friday when he met with notable leaders of the Southeast geopolitical zone at the Grey Room by the President's Office, Presidential Villa, Abuja. Stressing his policy of non-interference with the judiciary, the president stated that when diaspora-based Kanu jumped bail, got arrested and was brought back to the country in June, I said the best thing was to subject him to the system. Let him make his case in court instead of giving very negative impression of the country from the outside. I feel it is even a favor to give him the opportunity. Correspondents recalled that Ifeanyi Ejiofor, lawyer to Kanu, said in August that a suit has been filed before a court in Britain concerning his client. Although he did not give details of the case before the British court, Ejiofor said the suit is to ensure that Kanu's rights are respected in line with the IPOB leader's UK citizenship. Earlier in the same month, Barrister Aloy Ejimakor, another lawyer in Kanu's team, in an interview with correspondents, said that British authorities will eventually have an upper hand over the Nigerian government in the case of his client. The lawyer said the Nigerian government's display of stubbornness in obeying the law and following human rights procedures may lead to diplomatic fracture between the two countries. He expressed this whilst responding to a question on whether the British High Commission is doing enough to help the secessionist leader that has been in the custody of the Department of State Services DSS since June. The legal practitioner asserted that even though the British consulate, as well as Kano's legal representatives, are being frustrated by the Nigerian authorities, the IPOB leader will get a favorable judgment. Kano's lawyers have always argued that their client was abducted in Kenya and not arrested. So it is quite pertinent to make that distinction, because if he was arrested, then that is law and order. But if he was abducted, that puts it in the realms of something else, which is, of course, criminality. So this next storyline now is more about the picture than anything else. Ganduje leads top politicians to welcome Tinubu during condolence visit to Dangote. Governor Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano led influential politicians in the state to welcome national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, on Friday. Tinubu visited Kano to condole with Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, over the death of his younger brother, Sani. The deceased, who was the vice president of Dangote Group, died in the United States on Sunday. So it is more the pictures than anything else, but a picture tells 1,000 words. That is what they say, or 1,000 tales, however that saying goes. So remember, of course, that Tinubu is a private citizen. He's not a government functionary in any way. You may argue that he is the leader of their party, but the retinue, the entourage that has been put together to go and welcome him from the airport on what essentially is a private visit signals nothing but support for his thrust towards the Aso Rock seat. So his thrust towards the Aso Rock seat is what that signals. So Ganduje essentially endorses. That is what you extrapolate and project from that. So we temporarily step out of Nigeria and make and cross the pond to make a pit stop statewide, stateside rather. So to the United States we go. Kamala Harris acts as first woman United States president after Biden was placed under anesthesia. United States President Joe Biden on Friday temporarily transferred power to Vice President Kamala Harris while he was under anesthesia for a routine colonoscopy for 1 hour and 25 minutes, according to the White House. The nation's first female, first black, and first South Asian vice president broke yet another barrier when she temporarily stepped into the acting role. Harris worked from her office in the West Wing while Biden was under anesthesia, according to Saki. POTUS spoke with VP and WHCOS at approximately 11:35 this morning, and at POTUS POTUS is our president of the United States. That's the acronym that they gave themselves. So at POTUS was in good spirit, and at that time resumed his duties. He will remain at Walter Reed as he completes the rest of his routine physical, Saki tweeted. Biden, who turns 79 on Saturday, who turns 79 on Saturday, arrived Friday morning at Walter Reed Medical Center to undergo his first routine annual physical since taking office. It's routine for a vice president to assume presidential power while the president undergoes medical procedure that requires anesthesia. Then Vice President Dick Cheney did so in multiple occasions when then President George W. Bush underwent a routine colonoscopies. To officially transfer the presidential power to Harris, Biden sent a letter to the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Democratic Senator Patrick Leahy of Vermont. The president pro tempore of the Senate at 10 a.m. before going under anesthesia. The letter reads, "Today I will undergo a routine medical procedure requiring sedation. In view of the present circumstances, I have determined to transfer temporarily the powers and duties of the office of the President of the United States to the Vice President during the brief period of the procedure and recovery." Section 3 of the 25th Amendment of the United States Constitution says the President can send a letter to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the President pro tempore of the Senate declaring they are unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office and until he transmits to them a written declaration to the contrary, such powers and duties shall be discharged by the Vice President as acting president. In order to transfer the power back to Biden, a separate letter was sent after the procedure. In accordance with the provision of Section 3 of the 25th Amendment to the United States Constitution, I hereby transmit to you my written declaration that I am able to discharge the powers and duties of the office of the President of the United States, and I am resuming those powers and duties. The letter which was sent to Pelosi's and Leahy reads. So there you are, a moment in history that just had to be acknowledged. So now the first female black Asian president now, essentially, they've had in America, if only for an hour. We would have been praised if we accepted government's claims that hoodlums operated at Lekki toll gate. So the panel now, Okwobi panel, under pressure. Ebun Olu Adegboruwa, SAN, one of the members of the Lagos State Judicial Panel of Inquiry on restitution for victims of SARS-related abuses and other matters, has said that members of the panel would have been praised if they had bought into the narrative of the government that hoodlums operated at the Lekki toll gate on October the 20th, 2020. He also said that it was unfortunate that some agents of government have been attacking his integrity and those of other members of the panel since the submission of the report of their Lekki findings. Adegboruwa made this known in a statement on Thursday titled, "NSAS Panel, I acted on the mandate of the governor." The correspondents had earlier reported that Justice Doris Okwobi-led panel submitted its report to the Lagos State government, noting that at least 9 persons were confirmed dead at the Lekki toll gate plaza when soldiers stormed the toll gate to disperse hashtag NSAS protesters on October the 20th, 2020. The 309-page report stated the atrocious maiming and killing of unarmed, helpless, and unresisting protesters while sitting on the floor and waving their Nigerian flags and while singing the national anthem can be equated to a massacre in context. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, who received the report on Monday, constituted a committee to bring forward a white paper within the next 2 weeks to be considered by the Lagos State Executive Council. Many Nigerians have been outraged by the panel's report, which is at variance with the consistent claim by the government that there was no massacre at the toll gate, a focal gathering point during last year's nationwide demonstration. against extrajudicial killings and police brutality by operatives of the now defunct Special Anti-Robbery Squad of the Nigerian Police Force. However, the panel members have also been commended for standing for truth and justice in the face of intimidation. In his statement on Friday, Adegboruwa said, "I have listened to the narratives of the Lagos state government through one of his learned senior counsels at the #EndSARS panel to the effect that Nigerians should reject the report of the panel because I signed it since I was not present at some of the sittings of the panel. As I served on the panel on the mandate of the governor of Lagos State, who told me on telephone that I was chosen to represent civil society. I requested for and approval was granted in writing that my appointment was on a part-time basis. Furthermore, the governor told me that 2 members were chosen to represent civil society on the panel so that one of us would always be present at the panel to excuse the absence of the other. I accepted the appointment in good faith to serve the people, to calm frayed nerves at the time and also restore normalcy to Lagos State. So, at all times, I functioned in partnership with my colleague from civil society, and there was no major sitting of the panel in which both of us were absent. I also served on the panel free of charge from October the 19th, 2020, when the panel was inaugurated, till November the 15th, 2021, when the panel submitted its report. The government was very aware of my identity, my perspectives, my philosophies, and my general convictions, at least since my university days, before it nominated me into the panel, that I will always say things as they are. All panel members acted in good faith, independently, and in fear of God Almighty. My principled struggle in respect of toll-free collection started way back from 2011, almost 9 years before the panel was inaugurated. Indeed, the governor said that these were the factors that favored my selection as a member of the panel. Will I then deny myself, forfeit my reputation, and discredit my constituency, my colleagues in the Nigerian Bar Association, and comrades in civil society in order to please anybody or cover the truth? Never, and that never in capital letters. It is therefore improper for Lagos State, through its lawyers that appeared before the panel and other sponsored agents, to subject the report of the panel and indeed the integrity of panel members to media trial and attacks, all in the bid to build up the content of its white paper, which we can now reasonably foretell from those sponsored media attacks. It is indeed uncharitable for the same government that urged the panel not to be held down by strict rules of technicality of law in order to unravel the truth about the Lekki tollgate incident, to now, through its counsel, talk about alleged legal discrepancies to frustrate the good work of the panel that it set up. There are documents to back up and defend the report submitted to the government. There are documents to back up and defend the report submitted to the governor by the panel, but I have chosen to defer to His Excellency and to await the white paper as promised, because I believe that the governor meant well in setting up the panel, giving us a free hand to operate. I appeal to His Excellency to continue in that note of sincerity. There is no minority report from the panel, as report submitted to the governor on November the 15th, 2021 was unanimously endorsed by all members of the panel, who worked tirelessly day and night to serve the government and the people, even at great risk to their health, personal safety, career, and family obligations, and their general well-being. I am very sure that panel members would have been lionized to the highest heavens if we had bought into the narrative of the government before the panel that it was criminals, cultists, hoodlums, and unknown gunmen that operated at Lekki Gate on October the 20th, 2020. I urge the government to focus on the findings and far-reaching recommendations contained in the report in order to pursue the laudable objectives of setting up the panel to achieve true healing and reconciliation instead of seeking to demonize panel members and their report or evade responsibility. So he continues to talk tough, and what we glean from that then is that they were somewhat under pressure to try and cover it up, even though by the same token also given a free hand. Because as he said, if they had followed the Lai Mohammed narrative, they would be giving them OBE now, order of the something of the Niger OBN or CNN or whatever it is, the national award. Okay. Kanu, Buhari insists on judicial process but may consider unconditional release. I think this may well be a rehash. No, this is a rehash of what we've just now read. Okay, no, it's a rehash. I just came through and it's a rehash. So this is now to that typical IPOB space, just you suspend reality and they're away with the fairies. So away with the fairies, as guys, I bring you this. IPOB alleges plot to eliminate Nnamdi Kano in DSS custody. The Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB has alleged of a plot by the federal government to eliminate its incarcerated leader Nnamdi Kanu within the custody of the Department of State Services (DSS). According to the secessionist group, this would be a precursor to the imposition of a state of emergency in the Southeast and South-South regions. This was contained in a statement issued on Friday by the IPOB Publicity Secretary Emma Powerful, who advised politicians, elders, and religious leaders in the region to do everything possible to ensure the unconditional release of Kanu. An excerpt from the statement reads, will the global movement and family of the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, ably led by our great liberator and prophet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wish to alert Biafrans and the entire humanity? It's just this highfalutin language, just to the entire humanity. Yes, tapa, tapa, tapa. A great liberator and these people, they're a funny bunch. A funny bunch in the East, ably led by our great liberator and prophet Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, wish to alert Biafrans and the entire humanity about the plans by the federal government of Nigeria to eliminate our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and declare a state of emergency in the entire southeast and south-south regions of Nigeria. This plan is real and must be taken seriously by everybody. So that everybody does not include me, of course, because I can barely contain the chuckle. It reads like a comic book. So just listen to it in that context because these people are a funny bunch. This is it. The intelligence The intelligence report at our disposal reveals that the Nigerian government is not comfortable with the international attention that Kano's rendition has received, and the fate awaits the fate that awaits her at the International Criminal Court (ICC). Hence, its contemplation of doing its worst, irked by the historic role our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in raising the consciousness of not only Biafrans but other indigenous nationalities about Nigeria. The Fulani cabal, who are the beneficiaries of this fraud, are bent on eliminating him at all cost. They want to reward him with death and damn the consequences. They want to kill him in DSS custody. Since he was abducted, they have never allowed him to change his clothes. They have confined him to solitary confinement 23 hours a day. They have neither allowed his personal physicians access to him, nor has any attention been given to his life threatening medical condition. They have not allowed any medical investigation into the substance injected into him during his abduction in Kenya. They have denied him his right to practice his faith by denying him his religious shawl brought to him by his lawyers. We, therefore, urge the United Nations, the European Union, and the global community to take note of this physical and psychological torture being meted to him by the DSS and hold Nigeria responsible should anything happen to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This matter is so serious that we want all Biafrans to be vigilant. Nigeria should know that nothing should happen to our leader, and that ends with an exclamation mark. So that is it. It's just I'm sorry that I had to waste your time with that because that just the totality of it, of course, reads like a nonsense. So we land now on this final story, which is a space of concern because this is something that is going on silently within the Nigerian space. It's unreported, but everybody hears instances of this. More Nigerian youths committing suicide. House of Representatives. The House of Representatives Thursday urged the Ministry of Health to devise a strategy to address the underlying mental health factors causing rising cases of suicide in the country. It also sought a review of the mental health laws to strengthen mental health care services to Nigerians to reduce the rate of suicide. This followed the adoption of a motion by Jonathan Gaza, APC Nasarawa, who said there is a prevalence of suicide cases in Nigeria, especially amongst youths between the ages of 15 and 29 in the country in recent times. He said statistics were showing that one-fifth of the suicide cases were of persons aged 13 to 19. So why? Because my anticipation was a lot older. I was expecting from around about 22 to round about 33, 34, because that's probably where you want to bracket youth, but not people 15 to 29, and certainly not 13 to 19. What stress or pressure would a 13-year-old have to commit suicide? He said statistics were showing that one-fifth of suicide cases were of persons aged 13 to 15 years, and over 50% of the crisis calls received through hotlines were from youths aged 13 to 29, and 27.8% of them were students. So exam pressures is looking like then. He said, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, suicides and attempted suicide cases recorded in the 36 states of the Federation, including the FCT, were 333 and 196 respectively as of 2017, while other reports show that about 80 persons ended their lives between April 8, 2017 and May 12, 2019. He said socio-economic factors were contributing largely to mental health illnesses like depression, anxiety disorder, and others, which are on the increase and are leading causes of suicide in Nigeria. So there you are. Just that note of concern. Rather disturbing. Baba Akure, have you ever given consideration that Nigeria has a mini epidemic of suicide? I've never thought about it, but If you think of the circumstances in that country, then you can see why. So what are you making then? Have you come across something like that?
Yeah,
That
good.
young people are committing suicide. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. People in Australia, good morning, I guess. And
Yeah, good morning.
thank you, woman.
Yes.
Actually, I never thought about it before. Because here in the Western world, it is here that we'll be hearing about the issue of suicide and stuff like that. But for us to be seeing this in Nigeria right now, for the past few years, maybe like let's say, particularly since when this administration took realm of Nigerian government, I'm not blaming them alone, but it is rampant in this administration in the last 6 years, because we are aware about how some pensioners committed suicide because they didn't get pay. They cannot pay their children's school fee. They could not even do anything. So the same thing applicable to the youth that are committing suicide right now, and that they are having mental illness. Because, but to me, I'm going to disagree with that report. And like you said, what is 13 years old thinking about?
Yes,
So if you want to put 13 years old in that bracket, so it could be maybe they are being abused by their parents.
do you think it may be exam pressure?
What exam? What is that? One man just forget about. I don't believe in that report. To be tagging 13 years old to be committing suicide.
One man, can I say something?
Yeah, come in.
In a lot of them, they are abusing drug now. Most of them, a lot of them.
Oh yes, we didn't even. Yes.
Yeah, you could be right, but I still believe that we can. How mature do you think 13 years old will be if they are saying between maybe 16, let's say 18 self, because 18 you mature enough and you'll be going out and miss with friend. But 13 years old, we are not living in Western world.
Baba Akure.
Yes, sir.
You know, depression can cause somebody to commit suicide.
I mean, public figure.
Let me
depression, in the sense that, you see, the economic problem that every family.
Let me finish. I'm still coming there.
Okay. Because you said you disagree, that's why I'm interjecting to say.
I understand, but not, what is 13 years old talking about?
No. Hold on, Baba Akure. Okay, it is not a matter. It is not a matter of thinking. You see, when maybe since the child, since maybe from the age of 3, 4, or 5 years, when he has started to know things, see things, and can talk and see things, he has never seen any good thing. He's not been fed with good food. He couldn't go to good school. The parents are so poor. And like UK said, and he started on drug. You see, the side effect of drug can cause you to commit suicide.
Well, I understand your point, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah.
But my own take, that is your own take, right?
Okay.
I'm comparing how mature 13 years old in Nigeria to Western world. If you are talking about 13 years old in the Western world, I can say where they are so wise because of the environment they grew up.
And some are generic. They have mental problem right from back.
Ajanle Koko.
Yes.
this is not issue. It is you made a very good point. But my own disagreement is that tagging 13 years old to economic problem, that is what I don't agree with.
I think it's probably more the drugs that UK was, because I didn't even have any thought, but you know, these people, they may not come from the sort of background that will shield them from the pressures of society, and then when they start to give them drugs.
But if you're talking about the age of 18, 20, they expose. They see what is going on. People graduated and they couldn't find job. They couldn't even some people they've been graduated for 15 years. And there is no time they can say, oh well, they find a job. Is it that they have to work for themselves or they go to farm? So that if you put that into that bracket, I will say it is because of economic meltdown.
Yeah, but Baba, do you know there was a phenomenon that started happening about 2-3 years ago? Third mainland bridge, people were going there to jump to the point that they started manning it with police now.
That is right.
Which was never the case before. People are going to third mainland bridge to jump.
Because there is no hope. There is no hope for any youth or any children in Nigeria. You see, the reason that is one of the reasons that we have this too much suicide. That if it is age of 20, 18, 20,
and another factor you have to consider as well is social media. Social media is another phenomenon that everybody is struggling to grapple with. When you are shamed on social media or mocked or ridiculed.
That is right, but all these things are just minimal.
That is cyberbullying.
Cyberbullying. Yes.
All these things are just minimal, but I can tell you, I agree with what he said, but where I disagree is that issue of 13 years old.
Yes, too young. That's too young.
That number, just hold on, please. That number cannot so escalate to that point. 18 years above. If you say 80% of them, I would totally agree, because they see what is going on in the world right now. They see they want to live good life. But when you see somebody in front of you, maybe even in your own family, when you see your brother, your sister graduated from school, they couldn't find job for 10 years. So what do you think is going to be your own portion too? So this thing is the major root cause.
You see, Baba Kore, I sort of agree with you, because I agreed with the storyline, because I had the suspicion too that there might well be a spike. I could see why that story. But that demography that they said has the highest representation, I couldn't see it. That was why I paused for a moment when I landed on it. 13 to 19. So that's where the most is. So what pressure? What pressure? 13 to 19. It doesn't.
You people, you guys have left Nigeria for a long time. Things have changed over there. Things have changed over there.
Children are still children now.
No, 13 years old in Nigeria.
Yes. Things have changed.
Baba Akure, let me say something.
Things have changed.
See,
things have changed.
UK and one man.
When we are that age, we didn't know anything about drug, but the teens are taking drug in Nigeria.
But
teens are taking drug.
Okay.
Effect of drug can cause you to commit suicide, particularly when that drug, the side effect, the moment you can't get that drug, you feel like killing yourself, because that is what makes him or her function. I'm telling you.
Can I say something? Can I say something, please?
The problem is that issue of age of 13. You cannot see that much in age of 13. If you are talking of 19, 20, that they are using drug and due to that, they commit to suicide, I will perfectly agree with that. But if you number of 13 years, I'm not saying that, just hold on, please. I'm not saying that we cannot see 13 years old being committed suicide, but the percentage is the problem. The percentage
No,
is the problem.
these people are taking statistic of this. We cannot say they are lying.
No,
Okay,
but the statistic is yeah, sorry, UK. But Ola wanted to come in, but UK go and then Ola will hear from.
Yeah, let me just very briefly. I remember when I was in Port Harcourt. That was 1992. I think I was in JS2. Our school always creates an awareness. They will come to the school, show us. That was my first time to see cocaine. When Nigeria was working now, they will bring those boxes, show us all kinds of drugs that we shouldn't. Me, I started like 11 years old. It's when they started giving all this awareness. I don't know because my school was a good school. I don't know, but they started giving us awareness on time. That was my first time to see all those drugs. They said those NDL, they will come. They will during when we are doing our morning devotion. They come. They will begin to preach. You shouldn't indulge in a drug. All those things. So I think that is where my mind started. I said, so all these things, they're very terrible. Because that time one of my guys, he go and light cigar and stay at the back of the fence, be smoking. When you see a guy, he will be doing.
UK, shall I shock you? You probably find it shocking. Can you believe that I have never seen cocaine before, ever? The only drug that I've ever seen is probably cannabis. I've never seen cocaine. I've never seen heroin. I've never seen drugs before. Of course, on telly, but never physically seen it.
Yeah,
I've never
I
seen
saw.
it before.
I saw you during that time because the LND, those LND people from the
that was just teachers now.
They will come and show us that thing. I mean, you will see, but they will just seal it in a very different kind. It's when I started knowing some of those. I said, "Wow, that was it."
All right, let's hear from Ola, and then we get back to Babakure. Ola, you wanted to interject?
Yeah, I was just telling Babakure that say we village people. If we don't stay in Lagos sometimes. You see, one thing is this: on the street of Lagos, especially in the ghetto areas, a lot of things happen. Like, especially when you live in all those phase two apartments, there are a lot of abuse, sexually, on the street of that Lagos, gang raping, and a lot of things that can even make a young kid to be depressed and be shamed. And the next thing that he or she will think about is how to just end his or her life. So then, coupled with the fact that they are now exposed to different variety of information. So the information we have at hand now, and especially when they have knowledge of how they can easily end their life. So it make it very, very difficult and make it escalating. So then, you see, within that age, when they say between 13 and this thing, it's a poverty stage. Poverty, that is when you actually need to control all those kids to guide them properly. Any little mistake like this, if they are misled just by just a little margin like this, it can be so fatal. So those guys that came out with that report, honestly, let me give them the benefit of the doubt, and I think they could be right. But for we village people, we don't know anything now. But we say
yes,
different.
They say never argue against data, but it just doesn't read right, does it, Babakure? It doesn't.
Anyway, Ola already said what I wanted to say. That I'm from Akure. Akure is very.
You people are Jabota people, eh?
It's not as big as a Lagos. We are Lagos, and you guys are from. So we may not really see as much as you guys. But to me, I still think about 13 years. What are they thinking? So it doesn't really matter either drug or whatever. But I think if they tell me now that age of 19. That the rate of them being committing suicide is escalating or alarming, I will totally agree with that because of this. Everybody want to live good life. Everybody want to build house. Everybody want to, in fact, where to do, and you can take care of yourself. Not graduating from school and you still depend on your parents, and you still live in a one bedroom, one face me and face you. Why you see your your friend in abroad, living good, having vehicle. So if they say 19 above, well, I will totally agree with that. So the age disparity, that is where we are having problem. That is my take.
I have to say, Baba Akure, I somewhat agree with you. If they had said, I was following that story and I wasn't disagreeing with much because I could see how the space would lead to an increase. The pressure of the country, the pressure of the new society we live in, all of that. But then that pressure is more vested on, let's say, from 19 to early 30s than any other space, because that is this precious space of these times that we live in now. So that is where I was expecting, but 13 to 19, I'm not arguing against data, but it's very odd.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, quickly, and then we get back to Babakure.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Hola, UK, Jafar, my Babakure, and everybody. I want to digress a bit. At that age of 13 that Babakure is agreeing on, when we talk about that age as a virgin in that Nigeria, do you know that it will be difficult to find that age to be a virgin in Nigeria with
I disagree with that. What do you mean it will be difficult to find a 13-year-old virgin? The majority of them would be. What would be odd is not to find one. What are you talking about? Ajale Koko, do you agree with that?
No.
The exposure.
No,
Yeah,
I think two-thirds will be virgins.
Of course. I mean, we are very quick to say these things.
No, one man. I don't think two-thirds. A large. I'm not going to say majority, but a lot of them will not be. Though I want to put this.
A lot is not most, though. He said most.
I'm not going. I will not make that statement as most. But Baba Akure, I want to tell you one thing. You see, the 13 years old you used to know in Nigeria is no longer the 13 years old today. There is globalization, the concept of globalization.
That's what I'm saying.
Parent gives them telephone at the age of 6, 7. They have mobile telephone with internet connection. They can connect everywhere in the world. So
I'm very sorry. I disagree with that. That thing you are talking about. How many parents can afford even data in Nigeria that we're talking about?
I'm sorry. I don't know the last time you went to Nigeria, but it's not as bad as it is depicted. So, and I don't know, maybe I have to say this. This is a personal view. Not all the problem that people call us back home, some of those problems are usually made up. It's not as bad as the way they depict it to us. So that's not even the point. The greater point I'm trying to make is that, as I think it's Ola, who probably said that the age between the 13 to 17 years is a very delicate period in child growth. That's the puberty age. These children are dealing with pressure, self-esteem, especially self-esteem. Where remember, when we were going to school, maybe probably when we were at their age, every Nigerian parent used to be first in their class. So that's the type of pressure we used to deal with.
Yes.
That's the type of pressure we used to be dealing with. But today they have a different type of pressure. They are dealing with sexual orientation problem. They are dealing with poverty, parents-induced poverty. Some parents transfer aggression.
And social media.
Yes, social media, their misery at home. A parent that can't afford, he became an angry man. When you're an angry man, you transfer it at home. You put all this pressure on these children. They lack self-esteem. And when you lack self-esteem, depression can set in. And when there is depression, anything can happen.
Yeah.
So that's why I would not.
All right. I agree with everything you said, you, Ola, and everyone else. But still, I very, very difficult to accept that is where the weight is of suicide. 13 to 19. It doesn't sound right.
We are not saying that we cannot see 13 years but the percentage of that 30 years will be so slim.
It should be the smallest of the.
Put to you, do you know that the rate of parents actually disowning their children is on the rise in Nigeria?
Yeah, that's economic pressure, isn't it?
Not only economic pressure, social pressure, religious pressure. It's like the whole nation is an angry nation now. So parent-children relationship is becoming something different. It's not the way we used to know that country. Things have changed, and our people are still to actually in tune with civilization, with the trend of modern civilization. So personally, I know a child that was disowned by his parent. You know why they said he was disowned by his parent? Because they say he looks like a girl. He's a boy that acts like a girl. So by they think he is a homosexual.
Are they not saying how much money Bobrisky is making? That parent, they will regret it too when they start to. They don't say how much money.
Those little things, if a child is not properly, and we don't have social service in Nigeria, schools don't have social workers where these things could be picked up. So I'm not totally agreeing with the percentage, but I'm not going to brush aside that report.
Yeah, no, we agree with the report, but the percentage, it doesn't read.
But percentage is 1 in 5, right?
Well, the percentage is out of the report, the greatest percentages goes to that catchment area.
That is the problem.
So that is where the problem is. So that's not to say that they don't have those pressures, but to say that most of the suicides being committed is from 13 to 19. I can't see that. I can't see that.
But in my view, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So the way an adult can deal with societal pressure is different from that of a teenager. 13 to 19, they are still kids. They are children. They can't deal with this pressure, as opposed to an adult who might say, you know what, I can take care of myself. No matter what it is, I can hustle.
All right. Thank you, Jafar. So let's get back to you, Babakure. Round off your thoughts on that, and then I'll take you to this space, which probably going to be the main talking point. Though difficult, I will consider demand for Kano's release. Buhari assures Igbo leaders, so senior Igbo persons attend Aso Rock to say, no, release this guy now. It's causing too much trouble. And now Buhari said he's going to give consideration to it. So, national pardon or something like that, because Buhari has the powers just to say set him free under the purview of just pardon, because the presidents have that pardon power. So he can pardon him and say, and he's saying unconditional as well. But the weight of the person that was asking him was probably what gave him that consideration. A 91-year-old senior person. But Malami had also spoken to that space of a political solution. So what are you making of this development? Aboki from Daura wants to pardon Umar here.
To me, I think there is nothing wrong in that. This is what government should have done before the whole thing get out get out of hand. As I said severally, where I preach Yoruba nation, I preach Biafra nation. Honestly, nobody will really want Nigeria to break up if we really get our house together. That is the truth. But the frustration can bring a lot of things. I think this is what government should have done long time ago. When you see people having problems, they agitating, call people on table. Let's discuss. So then we can move the country forward. But if you believe that, okay, everything is by force, you are going to shoot people down, and you cannot use fire against fire, and you cannot use violence against violence. You call people on table and then discuss, and okay, well, we agree with, we understand what you are saying. Okay, let's do it this way. People are saying, okay, well, let's go to regional government. What's so hard in that? If not because of some people are benefiting from it, what is so hard for you to, okay, well, Lagos State, you take care of yourself. Ondo State, you take care of yourself. Ogun State, you take care of yourself. Kano State, you take care of your resources. And okay, well, this is the percentage you have to bring to the center. What's so difficult in that? If we have done all this, all the problem we are seeing every single time wouldn't have even surfaced. And we could refer back to when Tafawa Balewa, Madu Bello, Awolowo, and all those people, when they were ruling Nigeria, it was not as bad as this because everybody managed their own resources. We do not have this problem that we are having. But since we go to so-called federalism and fake something, that is when this problem started. And everybody started, this one we say from the north, this one we say from the south, this one we say from middle belt.
Babakure, just to the Kano space, there were two things that especially struck me in that piece. One, Buhari considering an unconditional pardon, which struck me, but then also the lead Igbo person that went to speak to Buhari to essentially beg for the release of Kanu, promising to that he will contain Kanu not to say the things that he has been saying again. So how do you see those two spaces playing out?
Well,
Buhari unconditional and then Nnamdi Kanu shutting his mouth. Does he have that capacity? That
I don't think that is going to be possible for him to shut his mouth up. But I think the best thing is for government to have dialogue. There is nothing wrong in dialogue with people. People are been calling, okay, let's go back to regional government. There is nothing wrong in you going back to regional government, if not because some people are just benefiting from it. So, and unconditional pardon, I think, well, maybe I cannot really see why.
Do you think he should be given unconditional pardon, given all of the things that guy has done? He has done a lot, including almost
one man.
There's a lot to say that he has cost human life.
One man. I don't see if we really want to reconcile and let us come back and go on the round table and talk about Nigeria, how it could be moved forward. I think they should forget about the past, because because we see Boko Haram too. We see a lot of Boko Haram being pampered and bring them in and give them food and stuff like that. They've already even destroyed many property and many lives. So if they can give those people pardon, I don't see anything wrong in doing that as well. But the best thing is to just forget about the past, bring people to the table. Let's talk about how Nigeria can be moved forward, and then we make our constitution strong, and we can deal with corruption, because that is what is killing this country up to this time. So how we can deal with that and kill corruption, kill it. So I don't see anything wrong in what
you see. I find it a bit. I'm not sure that I am sure that an unconditional pardon should be granted to Nnamdi Kanu, just because of the lives that have been lost, either directly, either overtly or covertly attributable to him. I'm not sure. And definitely he can never shut his mouth. If they release him, even a 91-year-old man cannot contain him.
The point is that Nnamdi Kanu cannot shut his mouth off. I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. But the issue of pardon, if that is what Buhari said, I don't see anything wrong in that, because we see Boko Haram too, that they've already wasted thousands of lives. They still give them.
I don't agree. I think those ones should be shot on sight. Those Boko Harams.
So if they can extend that courtesy to them and give them noodles and stuff like that. So what makes Kanu different? This is the same problem we are having in Nigeria. Whatever goes to A has to go to B. Whatever goes to B has to go to C.
You're still annoyed by those packets of noodles now.
The issue is that if you can see you embrace people, then somebody who is agitating, you come and shut them at home. Does that make any sense? So if they can do that, extend that to Boko Haram, I don't see anything wrong in extending that to Kano too. Even and the same thing go. Forget about the past. Let's
you know, if it says that an unconditional pardon, then that means there's no conditions to the release of Nnamdi Kanu. And if there is no conditions to the release of Nnamdi Kanu, then they cannot curtail his liberty in any way. So that guy can just come out of prison, book his ticket, and be on the next flight to London.
What do you expect? But at the same time, government know that they made mistake. Because if they follow the due process, that is what I want to say too. If they follow the due process, I think maybe they will have said, okay, well, they want to punish him a little bit and stuff like that. But the way things are going, maybe they already see what is going on, or maybe where we don't know. Maybe there is a letter that's sent to them underground from maybe US or United Nations or from UK. So
and it's funny, you know, the American Secretary of State is in Nigeria at the moment. Blinken. Yeah.
Okay. So we don't know what is maybe part of the bargain is to delist Nigeria from religion something that the
intolerance or something. Yeah.
You never can tell. Maybe that is part of the deal. It is we just talking here. We don't know what is going on undergroundly. But to me, if we want to take a look at it on the surface, I don't see anything wrong in giving him pardon as well, in as much that you can give pardon to Boko Haram.
It's the victims that I just often feel sorry for, because they are just treated as collateral. The victims of Boko Haram collateral, and the alleged victims of Nnamdi Kanu collateral. Human beings collateral.
The issue is that if Nigeria want to be better today, a lot of life will still go. So there is no anything want to be good. Something must we have to take some. There must be a collateral for something to be good. But to me, I don't see anything wrong in that. I will still maintain it in as much that you give pardon to Boko Haram. If we extend it to everybody, then let's come back together. Then I say, okay, well, this is what we want. If you do this, this is the consequence. We can borrow money from China, but can we implement what Chinese does to their corrupt leader? Do we? But we can go to Chinese. We want to copy Chinese, but we cannot copy that one. So until when we agree, okay, this is what we don't want in our society, and we stamp that.
All right. Jafar, you wanted to come in?
Yes, and Baba Akure, I just wanted to make this point. You can only pardon someone that has been found guilty of a crime. That's the only time you can pardon through the presidential clemency, right?
That's true.
So the issue of pardoning now does not arise because we don't still have a judgment yet.
I'm not sure about what you said, because you say a lot of stuff that we take on faith. Are you a lawyer? What are you talking about, Jafar?
And we don't have to be a lawyer to know basic criminal procedure. You can only pardon someone that has offended you. And to say someone offend you, legally you need a judgment. So as it stands now, Nnamdi Kanu still enjoy his right to, how do I put it, innocent until proven guilty. Right?
Are you saying, Jafar, that the case, the charges against him cannot be withdrawn?
It can be withdrawn. That's different from
that is just it. They just need to withdraw the case and let him go.
The prosecutor can withdraw the case, but that raises a lot of issues that cannot be equated to pardon.
What are the issues? What are the issues it's going to raise?
Yeah, it will set a new precedent.
Wow. What of the Boko Haram that were pardoned?
We don't know of any Boko Haram that was pardoned.
We saw them, those that are giving amnesty.
We just keep making
hold on, Jafar. We saw those that are giving amnesty and were setting abroad, were sent abroad for
any amnesty, any official amnesty. There is no evidence to suggest that any official amnesty have been given to any Boko Haram fighter.
We have watched the one that was sent to Saudi Arabia to go and study some kind of studies.
No, I don't know
Are
what
you
you're
not
talking
aware of
about.
that?
Java,
But there is no
Jafar,
evidence
there is a military man. There's a military man on social media. I don't know his name. He did mention that they have to give them pardon because if Boko Haram change their ways and they become new citizens, they can even be president of Nigeria when the time comes. We all saw that on social media.
So, Baba
okay, sorry, Jafar, just on what you said, let me just read you this. A pardon is an executive order granting clemency for a conviction. It may be granted at any time after the commission of a crime. So that's really the point that I wanted to drive to. So it may be granted at any time after the commission of a crime.
Yeah, but
carry on.
The Kano is not convicted. If you look at what you read,
no, it goes on to say it can be granted on conviction, but it went on to say it can be granted at any time after the commission of a crime.
So when
the crime, but the court has not proven that he committed any crime. That is the point.
Well, there you are. But the crime is alleged. But we'll see. We'll see how that plays.
Can I say something, please?
Go after Jafar. Jafar, you go, and then you, Thomas.
Yeah, I just wanted to put this together. Up till now, we don't have any official statement purporting to either amnesty or pardon of any Boko Haram member by the Nigerian state.
When we saw them giving them crates of noodles and eggs and ororo, you want me to go and bring the photo and
pardon and amnesty are official acts. They are official acts. They are not done on the
street. Are you saying the amnesty were criminally given, illegally given? That's what you are saying, right? Not officially given.
I'm not sure it was given, Ola. Because there is no official document to suggest it was done.
We saw the photos, we saw the clips, we discussed it on this platform. But Thomas, let's hear from you.
Thank you, everybody. Everybody is making sense, but for Nigerian states to pardon Nnamdi Kanu, that means they are setting a precedent that anybody can be a criminal tomorrow and it will be pardoned, because the allegation and the allegation laid against Kanu is a capital offense, is a traceable offense, is a treasonable felony. So that means anybody can go ahead next week and commit the same crime and they will be pardoned. So are we trying to patch a criminal at the back? I don't understand.
It's a matter of political expediency, though, Thomas.
Because it's the political nature.
Yeah, there's a political... You see what happens now? You see what's been happening since they held this guy now? The whole of Eastern Quarters, high octane, just charged up. Anytime this guy is in court, it's a war zone. So it's just... They have to weigh the balance. It's just states. That's just, I think, what they're trying to do.
It is gonna be I'm not taking it in good faith. If it is guilty of an offense, let them charge him. If it's truly, that means all the allegations has been leveled against this guy is false. If they pardon him,
that doesn't.
On what ground?
No, because the thing that I was reading to Jafar, it goes on to say that a pardon does not exclude you from the criminality. It says it doesn't signify innocence. So it says a pardon does not signify innocence. So it doesn't signify innocence.
It's unfortunate.
Thank you. Let's get back to Baba Akure, who seems to have disappeared on us a little bit. As we await Baba Akure, let me acknowledge Alexander Superchat, who's super chatting to the first story we were dealing with. It says the 13 to 19 high suicide rate in Nigeria is a topic I would love Bia to address. She sounds like a health care professional. Love to hear our opinion. So Yeah. So unfortunately, Bia is probably listening in the background. So if you want to pop on Bia to share your thoughts on that, Alexander is very much interested to know what you think. Thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Babakure, are you with us? Oh, okay, let me go on then to let me go on to Ajan Lekoko as we await Baba Akure, who seemed to have stepped away for a moment to attend to matters. So Ajan Lekoko, though difficult, I will consider demand for Kanu's release. So it's just there's a lot to unpack in there because, as I was saying, unconditional release is what he's saying. So that first, there's space to explore because unconditional means that they cannot curtail his liberty, which then means, of course, from DSS facilities to Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport and the first flights to London. So there is that one. But then the person that is leading the team to go and plead for his release, he's guaranteeing that he will curtail his utterances. That one as well. So all of that, Ajan Lekoko.
Yes, that the commander-in-chief could grant him unconditional release, but that release is not going to go without taking something in return. Kanu, we have to give him something to get that freedom. That is what I know. So Buhari can do it. He has said it that, yes, I could do it, but it's going to be difficult. What is that difficulty in it? That is what we want to know. Difficulty could be maybe there's going to be pressure from some quarters on him that will make it difficult, or maybe the stringent condition.
Do you think that pressure will be backlash from his people, the North, for the Fulanis, because they are celebrating?
Yes, the Fulanis wouldn't like him to release Kanu, but he, as the commander-in-chief, as the president of the country that want peace to reign in his country, particularly in the Eastern Quarter, have that prerogative to do the right thing. And doing the right thing is to release Kanu. He has to release Kanu because Kanu case is a political, Kanu matter is a political matter. History tells us that this is not the first political matter that we have encountered in that country. This is not the first political matter that people have been wrongly charged and wrongly jailed, and there was no peace. It happened during the time of Awolowo, when Tafawa Balewa government and Nnamdi Azikiwe government crook up some treasonable felony against Awolowo, just because Awolowo was putting up a very strong opposition against them. They saw him as a threat. And the only thing they could do was to crook up some treasonable offense against him, and they slam him in 10 years imprisonment. And throughout the time Awolowo was in jail, there was no peace in Yoruba land. There was demonstration and demonstration after demonstration. There was no peace until when Gowon came, and Gowon needed peace so that he can govern. He can rule as he wanted to rule. I mean, military, they don't govern, they rule. The first person he mentioned was Awolowo, that I needed this man in my government. He took him out, he pardoned him, and he appointed him as finance commissioner. And there was peace. So Buhari have to use wisdom to do this thing. what Nnamdi Kanu is asking for is a legitimate demand. Legitimate demand for good governance. Legitimate demand for justice. Legitimate demand for equality for all in that country. And not the system of, how do I say it? I can't remember the word. It's not the system where you favor one side of the country, people that are your people, all over the strategic position in the country, and you want us to continue to take it and not talk, and not demonstrate, and not protest, and not challenge you, challenge your administration. This is democracy, for God's sake. In democracy, the interests of everybody have to be taken care of. In democracy, we have to run a country in a civilized way, in such a way that we open room for negotiation, we open room for dialogue, we open room for people's complaint. So he has hinted us in that statement that I could do it, but it's going to be difficult. So he's telling us that, yes, he could do it, and he might not do it. It's not giving a word of certainty. That statement is not a statement of certainty.
Yeah, but is that not a political statement? You know, he is not going to completely surrender it at that moment in time now. He will say, I will consider it. But for him to say, I will think about it, is a direction of travel.
Can you come again? I didn't hear you, one man.
No, I was saying that he had to say it in that manner because he could not just categorically surrender it at that moment. So he had to be political in his wordings.
That is right. I agree with you.
And also where he is now is a progression from where Malame started. So it looks as though they are already giving it consideration. Remember, we were discussing just a week or so ago how Malame went in on the public space to say that they are giving consideration to a political solution to the Nnamdi Kanu situation. So now Buhari steps it up even further to say he will give consideration to an unconditional pardon. So
Buhari have to play game because IPOB has played game during the time of election or prior to the time of that Enugu state election. They played game. They came out with a statement urging people to go and vote for candidate of their choice. That was the agreement reached between the IPOB and the elders of Igbo.
Sorry, Thomas. Ajale Koko, are you accepting of an unconditional pardon of Nnamdi Kanu? Are you accepting of that?
Yeah, it has to be unconditional to get peace. Look, when a leader acts like a leader,
all the people that have been killed, what happens to that?
Thank you.
In a time like this, when we want peace, when you needed peace, you want to govern in peace, then you will be ready to sacrifice certain things. Leaders must look. If federal government said, okay, it is unconditional, it does not mean that federal government is weak. To me, it shows strength and it shows wisdom.
Adale Koko, can you take a question?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Can you take a question, please? Let me ask first, please. So, Adale Koko, after its release, so what will happen? Will we continue the agitation, go back to the past again, or it will shut up forever? So that's what I want to ask you. I'm not against Kanu. I'm with Kanu in everything. But what is going to be the next thing?
All right, Jafar, put your question as well, and Adale Koko can sweep them both.
So my question was almost the same as Thomas' question.
So if you grant an unconditional release of Nnamdi Kanu, will the agitation stop and will peace come back to the eastern quarters? That's the question.
Look, unconditional release can come with negotiation. There's a way to do it, and you will do it well. Look, as the father of the nation, if Buhari said, okay, I want to see Nnamdi Kanu in my office, shake hands with him, look at his face to face, and tell him, my son, I want us to work together. We have to do some correction. We have to work as a team. This is my plan. I want to restructure this country. Let us work together. In company with some leaders of Igbo and his lawyer. Look, an elderly person have to act as an elderly person. A father of the nation must act like a father. Look, if your child is angry with you and you tell him, look, my son, sorry for what I did for you. This is why I did it. Everything is clear to me now. But what you are asking for, I cannot do all, but this is, let us start from this stage. Look, we are all human beings. This is Kanu that have campaigned hard for Nigeria in 2012. What led him to campaigning against Nigeria now? Something triggered it. That is what we have to address. Igbo was a member of PDP. He was a politician. He followed politicians around. He gives top politicians security around when they are moving around. What triggered Igbo to say, okay, I want Yoruba nation? Something led people to this. So if the leader of the country cannot show that leadership quality of bringing people together, there will be a problem. But if you are coming up with what do you call it? You want to show power? Oh, power will go. You will leave power in the next 2 years. What is going to become of you? We people not going to go? Or you think you want to continue killing us, the people? The more you kill, the more problem you have ahead of you. So Buhari have to show that leadership quality by bringing people together. Look, it is clear to us that these criminal Fulani herdsmen killing us are not Fulani that we know in Nigeria. They are outsider. If we bring Kanu, you say, okay, Kanu, Igbo, look, yes, we want to wage war against this criminal in our bush. We have to come together and wage war against these people. Do you think they won't want to do it? But you cannot continue to support your own tribal men. You cannot continue to look for to achieve Ruga. You cannot continue to say, okay, you're going to bring in something in archive to give grace. What do you call this?
Grazing land.
Grazing land. No, you can't do that. This is a nation that belongs to all of us. You can't take this. We are origin. We are people of origin. Yoruba people, we know our ancestral heritage, and we want to protect it. You can't say because of Ruga you want to take our land and give it to some bastard. You cannot say because of Ruga you want to take Igbo land and give it to some bastard. And you think Igbo people will say, okay, let this happen. It is not done. He has to come manage that country with wisdom. And look, this man is the person that can do it. If he stand firm and we come out with a good proposal now to say we want to fight this criminal, everybody will support him because Nigeria love themselves. So he has to be unconditional. That's the best way you can do it and placate Igbo people to join this political political game towards 2023.
So, Ajali Koko, sorry to interject again. Don't you think you are just contradicting yourself? If it has to be unconditional, then at the same time, you are creating a scenario where compromises are open. So don't you think
there's no compromises. There's no compromises
cannot
there.
be unconditional?
No, you can't see there's no compromises there. There's nothing compromises there. It's
I mean contradictory. It seems to me what you just said is contradictory, because if it's unconditional, then you are subjecting the unconditionality to condition pending that we sit together, iron out how we work. That's already conditioned.
Wait, look. This is what I'm saying. I said
no, sorry, Ajale Koko, not necessarily, because what Ajale Koko is saying is he releases him unconditionally, but then takes him on as an ally rather than as an opponent. So he's released first unconditionally, then Buhari then takes him on as an ally rather than an opponent.
That will be subject to the willingness of the person being released, right?
Yeah, well,
if he actually wants to be an ally.
I don't think he necessarily wants to be where he is. You know, it's circumstances that's led him to where he is. Because as Ajale Koko, you've seen the clip of Nnamdi Kanu protesting for the rights of northern women even and children.
He has evolved.
2012. So he wasn't like this. So circumstances brought him here. So circumstances can take him back. And as Ajale Koko said, Buhari has to be large in its expansion rather than narrow to tribe. You know.
But one man, do you see Nnamdi Kanu taking that handshake with
it depends on how it's presented.
So now,
if it comes in via the seniors in Igbo land,
yes,
they can do it.
So now it's okay for
and let him know, Kanu, I am not the Abdul. I am Buhari. I'm not Jubril. I'm not Jubril.
I'm not wearing the silicon mask.
I'm not using the silicon.
Technically, the scenario you are trying to paint is that it's okay for non-state actors to take the nation hostage.
That is the history of the world, though. Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, and everybody in between, Nelson Mandela himself, everybody, those people in that space, that's the nature of the world. But I thank you, Jafar, who dropped out. I thought that was Jafar. That's not Jafar. But I thank you. Let me acknowledge Alexander Superchat, who also speaks to that space, and then we go back to Baba Kure, who has rejoined us, Ajale Koko. So this is what Alexander is saying. It says, Kanu's release should be effected forthwith, albeit with huge conditionalities. So that is essentially it. That unconditional release is just something that I don't understand, given all that has happened off the back of this guy. So I cannot see how it can be unconditional. Maybe that's just a loose language that he got caught up with. That's that Buhari now no school start, so he probably didn't know what he was saying. So thank you, Alexander, for the super chat. Ajale Koko, let me get back to Baba Kure, who has rejoined us,
okay.
so I can put the next talking points to him. So let's pause Nigeria for a moment, Baba Kure, and acknowledge a moment in history. So just for 1 hour, the United States had a new president, and it's an Indian woman called Kamala. So what are you making of that? Just to acknowledge that moment in time. Biden had to go for an operation, which meant he was going to be under anesthesia, which means he had no function, and you could not have a vacuum in power. So temporarily, he wrote the letter to transfer power to Kamala Harris. So what are you making of that? It's just a moment in time.
Well, I congratulate Kamala Harris. At least she has broken a lot of records, at least for the first female vice president, the first black vice president, and now the first black, at least, president, even if it is just 1 hour. However, it shows the difference between advanced country and our so-called
Here is
country like
Buhari.
us.
He'll be in hospital for 2 years, and he will continue to rule from hospital
Exactly.
in London.
Even I'm not even going to use Buhari as a case study. I'm going to use Yaradua and Goodluck Jonathan as a case study. We know how long it took Nigeria before they allow Goodluck Jonathan to act. Is even acting, not even president. So you can still see the difference between advanced country and our so-called country. He was acting president at that time, not president of Nigeria. But this one now stated that the president now. So it means, at least if it is 1 hour, he's president of United States right now. But at that time, when we are in the same position, it was acting president, and we knew how long.
No, I think she was acting too, Kamala Harris.
Okay, well, but if that is acting, but we see how long it took Nigeria before they can even work on that, and before they can allow Goodluck Jonathan to act in the capacity of president. At the same time, we are not going to say that the United States is perfect, right? Because these people they are very funny as well. It could be maybe they know that something is wrong with Biden, even right from day one. You know, there are some people that make kings, right? There are some people that make king. So that is what I'm going to say about this issue of Biden. I just pray for
do you see him lasting his tenure?
I will say I want to believe that I see him to finish his tenure, but I don't think he's going to go for the next term because
no, he's 79 already, you know,
so,
and it's not.
So I think what I think the plan of these people before is that they want to break the barrier of female presidents, not they qualify for that. If you look at if you rewind back to issue of Obama and Clinton,
Hillary
Clinton. At that time, a lot of people supported Hillary Clinton over Obama because I followed their narrative very well. In fact, as a matter of fact, every single second I always go to CNN. They supported Hillary Clinton, but that minute, you know what Democrat caucus did? They persuaded people that okay, well, we want this man to go. That is Obama. Why are they doing that? In my own opinion, they think that a female cannot rule them. That is my own opinion. I just read the way I see things at that time, because Hillary Clinton was like 70% to 30% Obama at that time in the Congress vote at that time. But that minute they switched it over and they gave it to Obama. So it could be that maybe these people are playing game too. That okay, well, they want female to be the president right now. Maybe that is why they push the old man in front, and they made the female be the president, believing that okay, maybe next 4 years they will support her, and maybe she will eventually win the presidential seat. That is what I read into that to that.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Babakure. So that was just a moment in time that we just had to acknowledge. So back to Nigeria and back to the north, Ganduje leads top politicians to welcome Tinubu. So you may or may not be aware that Dangote lost his younger brother recently. So
yeah, I read about it.
All roads to Kano at the moment. So Tinubu, as part of the politicking, of course, he had to show face. But really what surprised me was the entourage that Ganduje presented at the airport to welcome him, a presidential entourage to welcome a private citizen on a private visit. So is this now an endorsement then of our Tinubu by Ganduje?
There is nothing else to qualify it. Even before the man went on sick leave. Before he went on sick leave, you see how they embraced him in Kano, and at that time I think he gave them maybe 500 million, and you see how people troop out and they welcome him. So it is not new. It is something that that has been there for a very long time, and it is we that we don't really read them very well. To me, I think Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to be the candidate for APC based on what we are seeing right now. He may not win the general election, but to me, I'm thinking that he's going to be the presidential candidate for APC, and that is why they are doing all this. And if Kano support him,
it is very difficult to see anybody else being the candidate, because all the endorsements that we are seeing tacitly, because by association, by visit, by acknowledgement, we saw a caucus go and visit him, a northern caucus from the House of Rep in London.
Even on the day of independence, Day.
Yes. We saw they've turned his house in Bodleian to like a mecca, everybody in and out. All the southwestern Kennedy, they've gone on. The only space that has not yet endorsed him is the southeast. So if you look at APC, there's no other person that has that level of what seems to be an endorsement other than Tinubu. There's no other person. We hear Oshiba here and there, but even Oshiba, he released photos of him, Ranka Dede in Daddy, I can't see him not getting that ticket.
Few weeks back, the same Oshibanjo and Tinubu, they had a meeting in Lagos.
Yes, that's it now.
So to me, Bola Tinubu.
Is there anybody else that is going after the space in that manner in APC? Is there anybody else that is as even anywhere near how far Tinubu has gone?
I don't think so. Even not in the north.
Not in the north, not in the
south, not anywhere. So it could be maybe your projection in the last last few months that maybe it could be Ganduje and Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So you could be right. Maybe that
I like Ganduje. Apart from that dollar something, I like him. I have to say that.
Well, I don't know much about him, except the only two things I know much about him is when he said that they should cut somebody's hand, and then $2. That is.
I didn't hear that one. That to cut somebody's. I don't like that one. That's their. They want to bring their beheading ways into Nigeria. It's no, we don't.
I will follow Jafar on what Jafar says on Ganduje.
What did he say?
I want to hear him. If Jafar says that,
no, Jafar is Kwakwanso now. Jafar is Kwakwanso, so he will never endorse. Ganduje is like kryptonite to a Kwakwanso guy.
So, one man, if I have to say something on this case, is that I don't want us to make any political reading over the visit of Tinubu to Kano. This morning, because as the national leader of APC, it is but normal that wherever he goes, APC governors will definitely give him a presidential reception welcoming, regardless of election or what. Is their national leader. So I will just keep it at that. And plus,
this is not the first time that Ganduje has leaned towards Tinubu. This is not
of course there is no doubt about that. Ganduje is more towards Tinubu.
Yeah, he wants Tinubu, and that is a ticket. But the only thing that stands in his way is religion. But that is a ticket that fits. Yeah, Ganduje Tinubu. Yeah, that's a ticket now.
Unfortunately, Ganduje will be a liability to him, not an asset. Because
no, Ganduje is popular. I like him.
Yeah, you might like him, but the APC party is factional in Kano because the senator representing Kano Central, Malan Shekarau, has already another faction. So they have two chairpersons, state chairperson already. So that's already an issue. If he was that much popular, how come the party of which he is a leader in a state is factionalized?
Lagos is personalized too.
And that
yes, I was just going to say that.
The governor is weak.
I was just going to say that. But thank you, Jafar. We know you are Kwakwanso, so already that's anything you say is just Kwakwanso. So thank you, Jafar. Baba Akure, let me take you to this final talking point. Hold on, I had it just now. Yes, I'm not sure what you are making of this. IPOB alleges a plot to eliminate Nnamdi Kanu in DSS custody. So, what are you making of that? I'm not sure if that is anything, But
to me, I don't see how they can make that up. I don't know. I don't see how that come up anyway. Maybe they are reading the fact that Nnamdi Kanu claimed that they did not allow him to see his doctor. Or maybe the fact that he did not show up in the court for sometimes. Maybe that could be the reason why they are saying that. But to me, I don't really believe that anyway. I don't believe that. To me, that is me. I don't believe that.
All right. Thank you. It's just Thomas sending me something. So thank you, Babakure. Babakure, let me get on to Ajanle Koko, who filled in the gap whilst you had to step away. So Ajanle Koko, so just pick it up from that. Sorry, hold on. Sorry. Pick it up from that spot that Babakure just left it. That little narrative from IPOB that they want to kill Nnamdi Kanu in DSS facility. What are you making of that?
This is not the first time. This is not the first time that IPOB has came out with that kind of narrative. They have been saying that since day one that he was kidnapped and rendition to Nigeria. So it's it's a political statement to keep putting pressure on the government to keep him safe.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Thank you. And that's just that moment that Baba Kure was acknowledging Kamala Harris, if only for a moment, President of the United States.
Well, we know that Biden is 79 years old. So people at that age can develop health problems anytime. And it is normal that when president is stepping away for, particularly if it's going to go through such health procedure, he has to hand over power to his next, who is the vice president, to continue the state, to continue leading the country. Kamala Harris, let's see how he's going to lead the country within a short time that Papa is going to be away. But I wish our president, I wish him successful successful surgery or any medical procedure that they want to perform on him. And we look forward to see him back to take his position and continue leading the nation.
All right. So to this one, We would have been praised if we had accepted government claims that our hoodlums operated at Lekki Tollgate. So Ebun Adegboruwa, he is still fighting back. It's just the weight of the fight against the people on that panel. So almost tacitly, even though on the one hand they tell us that they give them a free hand, that they were given a free hand, but what he's saying is that the undercurrent of that space was the expectation that they will endorse the narrative that Lai Mohammed has been parading all over the space. So what are you making of that then? The pressure then to come up with a report that tallies with the government storyline. What are you making of the? Yeah.
Can you repeat the first message? We will have been praised for what?
It is saying that what the panel concluded was that we would have been praised if we accepted government claims that hoodlums operated at Lekki Tollgate. This is what so he's essentially saying what a lot of the storylines, but some of the storylines that they brought us was that it was hoodlums that shot at these people, not the Nigeria. So essentially, if they had told the party line, then they would have been endorsed rather than the way now that they're being castigated. This is what he's saying.
Well, we know the way government in at all level in Nigeria, how they operate. They like to cover up their failure. They like to cover up their misdeed. They like to cover up their criminality. So, but Ebun Nagorua, as member of the panel that investigated that NSAS, we have to praise them for doing a very good job, for not yielding to any pressure from the government, if at all that the government tried to pressurize them. So, but they have done their part. They've done a very good job. People have been praising them from different quarters for coming out with a very comprehensive and meaningful report. But we have to wait for the government white paper. That is what will really tell us who's, the position of the government. If government is trying to cover up or they want to remain transparent. But so far, for Sanwo-Olu to appoint people of high integrity into that panel, and them did not disappoint the people of Nigeria by doing their job excellently well. We have to give it to Sanwo-Olu for appointing people of integrity. And
do you know how that white paper works? Just to add some data to some of the things that we talk about. That white paper is not essentially adding or removing anything from the report. So what that white paper essentially does is the report comes up with the report and makes recommendations, and the white paper then will go through the report point by point and accept or reject with explanation the recommendation. So they don't get to change anything. So they either accept or reject the explanation with the recommendation with explanation, and then that white paper then becomes an action paper. So that then becomes something to be acted upon. So that's what that white paper actually means.
Oh, yes, yes. So that's why I said that we want to wait for the outcome of the white paper. It is the outcome of the white paper that will tell us the position of government. If the government really transparent, or they're trying to cover up, because there's going to be question after the release of the white paper, because the white paper will be gazetted. Whatever the white paper comes out with is going to be gazetted, and it's going to be the document that be back with law. So we want to wait for them to come out with a white paper and we will go on from there. People are ready. Lawyers are ready. International community is ready. We're going to follow it up. So, Sanwo-Olu, we want to. This is going to be a test time for him. Yes.
What are your thoughts on Sanwo-Olu? How do you see him?
I think that guy is. That guy looks to me as a genuine leader, a person that really want to serve well, a person that really want to do well for the people. If there is no influence from any quarter or from his godfather, what did you call it? Is it political godfather or what? How do we call it?
Yes, it's Daddy O.
Yeah. If there is no negative influence from political godfather, he looks a straightforward guy. He look somebody that really want to serve and serve well and do something for the people of Lagos State. Oh, that's the way I see him. I've not seen him doing anything.
Dale Koko, I somewhat agree with you. I wanted not to like him because of the way that Ambode was treated. Ambode, who I thought was a performer in Lagos, the way he was treated and this guy was treated, I wanted not to like him. But every time I see him, it never fails to impress this Sanwo-Olu. I'm not sure what project he has done or not done, but just in terms of the optics, the way he presents himself and the way he articulates himself, it seems like it seems all right,
Yes.
But, and I did not want to like him, so that's because I felt the way that Ambode was treated, I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all, But Adale Koko, round off your thoughts on the suicide space. This is a generational chasm right there, isn't it, Adale Koko? Because what we understood of that space, or what we have in thought of that space, is a different space. So the people that occupy that demography now, they might as well be from mass. I'm talking about from 13 to 19. It's just if you look at the life that these people have had, they don't know a life that the internet is taken for granted. A mobile phone is taken for granted. The way they communicate information is so that space now, they are describing it now as a high suicide space. That's the highest suicide space in Nigeria. Does that alarm one, and do you find it difficult to accept? Not that they are committing suicide at that age, but it is the highest percentage of suicide in Nigeria. 13 to 19. What do you make of that?
I totally believe in that statistic. I totally believe in it. Look, let me tell you one man. The government statistics on problem that are facing the people of the country or a particular group of people on certain issue it's never lie. You cannot throw it. You can't throw it off the board. No, they take incidences happen and they take record and they come up with this statistic how it happened. So that record is genuine. It's not a makeup. It's not a makeup to achieve anything. It's to solve the problem. Look, Nigeria of today is not the Nigeria of our time. Nigeria of our time was a Nigeria where our parents can feed us, can buy us our school uniform, can, encourage us to be good in the society, can have a better plan for our future. It is not like that in Nigeria of today. The little kids in Nigeria, the children of the poor, they are going through a very serious mental issue, mental problem. The children of the poor in that country, when parents cannot even feed themselves, the parents cannot eat, and children cannot eat right. Look, let me tell you, the best medicine for children is good meal. The best medicine for children to give them functioning brain and give them a mental upright is good meal. Good meal. But where children cannot eat good meal all day long, all week long, all month, all year long, it's a disaster. It will give that child a real mental problem. And where there's no hope for that children, there's no hope for the future of those children. There are society issues there that are militating strongly against that children. These children sees a lot of bad things going on around them every day. Crime, hostility, a lot of challenges. Look, the way old people feel, children feel the same way. They are all human beings. These children are exposed to a lot of bad things that we were not exposed to when we are growing, when we are young. They cannot eat good food. There's no good, if they fall sick, there's no good health service for them. When they're walking on the street, you see dust everywhere. These children doesn't sleep. Look, good meal and good sleep is the best medicine for children that give them a mental development and I mean give them that development that they require mentally. But when they don't have it, what do you think is going to happen? Depression will set in. And a lot of people in Nigeria are depressed. They are going to depression. They just walk around. And that is why they can act irrationally. Sometimes you see people will act irrationally, but they don't know they are going to depression. They don't know they are going to mental problem. It is all over in that country, everywhere. Look, the governor of Taraba, can you imagine? Do you know how many children up north that are sold away? Children in the north, every day. When Boko Haram destroy all these bandits and all these bastards destroy villages and kill people, children run away to one place, the father run away to another place, the mother run away to another, and the children, some people will pick them up and go and sell them off. Governor of Taraba State just adopted 800 children recently. These children were saved from trafficking, human trafficking. 800 at a go. And he said he's going to adopt those children. He got himself surrounded with those children. He said, these children, God will help me raise them. I am adopting them today, and they are part of my family. I'm going to raise them. God will give me the money and resources. He will do everything to make sure that 800 children be better in life. It is all over. Go to Ibadan. You will see children walking around the street, begging. Go to Sokoto. Go to Kano. They are everywhere. What do you think is going to become those children? How do you think those children are going to think mentally? They are not mentally okay. Look, some of these children we are talking about, some of them are mentally weak. They cannot go through that rigor of pains for long time. So when they are going through that rigor of pain, that pains, that trauma, something will just Something will just snap in their head, and they will do what you never expected them to do, because they already lost hope in the first place. There's no hope for them.
Ajahn Lekoko, this I think is this is, I think, is what you were talking about. Watch this. I think you've already seen this.
And now to Taraba State, where Governor Darius Ishaku is planning to adopt more than 80 abandoned children in the state after the expiration of his administration. The trafficked children were rescued by the state government, but later abandoned by their parents. The governor made the disclosure shortly after he visited the Ministry of Women Affairs, where the children are being taken care of. Correspondent Wolabi Adenusi filed this report.
Some parents are now hiding under the country's economic situation to sell off their children to willing buyers.
Oh, Lord.
In Taraba, child trafficking has become very lucrative, and many underage children have been sold.
Oh.
These children were sold off by their parents and guardians, but were later rescued by the state government.
They are trafficked babies, so we don't know their details. Very, very few of them will know their parents. Very, very few, and even them, they are not ready to come and own up, because these babies are actually sold out.
Governor Darius Ishaku, whose administration is strongly against child trafficking, visited the camp where they are being taken care of by the State Ministry of Women Affairs. He explained that the unscheduled visit was to ascertain reports at his disposal that they were not being properly fed. He has plans to adopt the children in order to ensure their proper training continues after the expiration of his tenure.
The faith, by the grace of God, will rest on me. That's what I want to do, because I don't want to leave and leave them. So their faith, I will transfer it to myself, because I don't know what the next administration, the next person may not have the same thinking that I have. And so if I leave them here, their faith will be blank. And so their faith will be in my hands. I will live with them.
The chairman of
it almost was it's enough to make you cry, Ajahn Lekoko.
One man, what would make a parent to sell his or a child? The situation of the country. This has not been happening. This never happened. I mean, when we were growing up, this kind of situation were never seen anywhere. It does not happen, but it's happening now in Nigeria. Parents are mentally disturbed. They don't have hope for their children. So imagine a child.
Look how many girls were in that group, Ajahn Lekoko.
Look at
you know girls are the most vulnerable in most circumstances. Look how many girls were in there.
Oh God!
If that guy had not taken it on, it's making true now that data. It's just so sad.
If a child that grew up, that was growing up with the parent, and suddenly sold out or taken away from the parent, what do you think will happen to that child mentally? How do you think?
What sort of mentality also sells a child? We understand the poverty, but then how do they then do that and then carry on as life as normal? Is it life as normal to who does that?
Look,
it's a tragedy all the way through, Ajahn Lekoko. It is a tragedy for the parents, no matter how cold. You can't be cold. I don't imagine that they are cold-hearted to that point. So circumstances, whatever they are, led them to that spot. And that money, I don't see any good coming out of any money that you sell a child for. So a tragedy for them, but the biggest tragedy, of course, for the children.
Look, one man, I am telling you, that statistic is right.
It's looking right, isn't it?
Not just looking right, it's right. The same thing with the statistic we treated here some few weeks ago about young girls that were married off in the northern Nigeria at the age of 13. You remember that statistic?
Yes.
It's not, it's not, that is what is happening. When government comes out with statistics like this concerning a problem that is ravaging our people, it's always right.
One man, can I say something?
Yeah, come in, UK.
Yeah, do you remember when a lot of people were importing tramadol, even codeine, like this syrup, cough syrup? You know, like sometimes when you go to like pharmacies, they will ask you for ID. I mean, even in United States here, but in Nigeria they don't ask now. You know that thing, when they take it, they get too intoxicated with that cough syrup. You know, it's a pure drug. So a lot of young people they take it. So that can lead to all those suicide.
Oh, all right.
I mean, it's very easy to accept in Nigeria.
It's just a thing, but you know, I don't like to say things like that. I don't like to say them. But
Why?
there we are. Yeah.
No. I mean, I think now in Nigeria, I don't know how if they are regulated, but I know in United States, for you to buy this thing, they ask you your ID. You know, even adult. Yeah.
I think they
But
ask for ID in Nigeria as well. Most pharmacies they ask for if you are even in Nigeria if you are buying a
no, because
prescribed drug, they
some
will
of
ask
these
you for
chemists
ID.
now, not I mean these chemists, these quack chemists, you know, they smuggle it now. You know, these quack chemists they smuggle it now. You know, so those ones that go like those quack chemists now, where they don't have any ID, you know, it's very easy to access.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So Ajanle Koko, round off your thought, and then we're going to Ola. So Ajanle Koko to you.
This problem, it is sad that this is what is happening in that country, and it's not peculiar to a particular side of the country. It's all over the country. It's all over. Our children, the children of the poor, are going through a very serious mental challenges. And I have told you only two things that give children mentally healthy, good food and good sleep. Sleep in an environment where there is no where there is peace of mind, where children can go to bed in the night, wake up and go to school and eat good meal and play and then go have a good place to sleep. But where those things are not available for children will develop mental problem. They will develop mental problem. And it's unfortunate. This is where we are in that country. This is where the politicians
a lot of me wanted to go against that governor that you are adopting children. Why did you not create the enabling the environment for that not to be the case? But
no, if
the circumstances are beyond him, so we have to applaud him because he's taking them personally. Because if he says that his administration would take care of them, and then the next guy who's a bit more cold-hearted and is just after the money, he will just throw them back on the streets, won't he? So he now taking on 80 children as personal responsibility.
Yeah. I mean, we have to applaud that guy. He's a kind-hearted man. He's a man that loves humanity, and what he did there is saving humanity. So, but it's just unfortunate, one man, that our children, the children of the poor, is the children of the poor. They don't go to good
And
school.
that decision that guy made is the difference between those girls being married off at 13, as you said, or them now for the future now becoming that lawyer, accountant, doctor, etc. This is what they will. So just that one man, just anyway, it's a thing.
It's sad, one man.
All right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. I didn't know it was going to move me that much, but it moved me somewhat. I don't like to see children suffer. But thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let's go on to Ola, who hopefully is still there. Ola, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, good to have you, Ola. So, Ola, let me let me actually play you this clip first, and then I'll bring you the headline to react to. So this clip now is allegedly Buhari being buried in Saudi, according to the Jiba Jaba that we hear from the east. This is Buhari being buried.
Muhammadu Buhari. Shugaba Muhammadu Buhari, Allah kare mana kai. Allah kare mana kai. Ga Isa alafanta mi ga shugaba Buhari. Sallallahu akbar. Sallallahu akbar. Adamu Sambo. Ga shugaba Buhari. Shugaban kasa Muhammadu Buhari. Allahu akbar. Shugaba Buhari. Allahu akbar.
They even hire Havusa man to come and talk this time.
Ajale Koko.
Now,
I'm here now.
They carry out that propaganda now.
I'm here now.
I don't know what. My system always kicks me out anytime I try to upload the video. But Bia, you were saying?
Ajale Koko, what's up?
Look at that.
What's up?
Where
is he? What's up?
What's up?
How are you, my sister?
I'm good, my dear.
All right, let's try again. So this is according to the Eastern Quarters, Buhari being buried in Saudi.
Muhammadu Buhari. Shugaba Muhammadu Buhari. Allah kare mana kai. Allah kare mana kai. Ga Isa alafanta mi ga shugaba Buhari.
That coffin is so big.
Sallallahu akbar. Sallallahu akbar.
So, Ola, I brought you that just to highlight the oftentimes ridiculousness of that space as they continue to waste opportunity after opportunity. So let me now bring you this headline now that in tandem with that clip you just saw. IPOB alleges plot to eliminate Nnamdi Kanu in DSS custody. So why do they keep putting out this sort of narratives? Buhari being buried, Nnamdi Kanu being killed by DSS. What are you making of that? Am I being, too harsh to just dismiss it out of hand and just? Is it ridiculous?
You are not in any way harsh at all, because it is surprising that some people can just wake up and think that even though, even as Nigerians, if you are not doing the right thing, if you don't know our right from our left, it doesn't mean that we are so pathetic to the level that some will just bring propaganda and trying to make it real. The unfortunate thing about this Buhari being buried somewhere else or died sometimes they go, it's not only within the Eastern Quarter alone. I've seen some Yoruba agitators too now trying to say the same thing.
But they are latching on to the IPOB storyline now. It's always these IPOB people now.
Yes, that's why I find how ridiculous that thing is. Even assuming that it's even IPOB, but should someone now just even stay there and trying to extend that? Because look, because we know how our politicians are power hungry in Nigeria. if Buhari died in the past, that country will be burnt down today because some people want that position. So that alone, because the lack of impatience the lack of patience from our politician is enough thing even to let us know that Buhari truly died sometimes ago. Now let's look at this thing now. Now Buhari will die, and the former head of state, they will be comfortable with someone from Sudan to come and be the head of state of that country.
It's just ridiculous. But I only played that clip really to speak to the headline now that they're plotting to eliminate Nnamdi Kanu in DSS facility. There's nothing that stands logic on its head. The Nnamdi Kanu is the focus globally. Everybody is spotlighting him in that place. And the government themselves, they know the political value of that golden goose that they have. The last thing that they want, they don't even want him to have a cough or a sneeze, never mind wanting to kill him, but it's just the ridiculousness. So that's why I went to pull up that clip. It's just the ridiculousness of that. It is self-defeating when they come up, but then when they start to regurgitate it within their own space, it takes on a life of its own. Remember when that guy, Radio Biafra, came here and told us that the fighter jets were dropping bomb in the East? I mean, why do they do these things? Why do they do these things?
One thing is where it could be propaganda, but at the same time, I just want to be very careful when we are dealing with the Nigerian government somewhere. So they have that profile of being capable of doing anything and be ready to damn the consequence. You see, it was in that Nigeria they killed a journalist by the name Delegiwa. Up to today, they've not done anything, right? It was in that country that they killed Abiola, that they killed, Abacha, they will tell you that he died on top of woman, but the conspiracy that I may want to follow will be that they eliminated both Abacha and Abiola just to balance Nigeria equation, right? It is in that country that they killed the Attorney General of the Federation, and nothing happened till tomorrow. So now, when you look at the political profile of these people we are talking about, if they are planning to kill Kano, it's not going to be something new to Nigeria. But the question now is that what is it that they want to achieve by doing that? That's what we should be very careful about. Now, look at these guys that they were able to pardon thousands of Boko Haram fighters, for example. The person that ruled out Amnesty in 2015 was the person to first of all pardon Boko Haram fighter. But just wave flag in the southeast alone. The next thing, if crocodile doesn't dance, if crocodile doesn't laugh, python will dance. So
sorry, Ola, it's just that space. I was agreeing with your narrative, the first half of it, that it's not beyond the capacity, and it is known that these people, they kill people, but the politics of it doesn't lend to killing Kano is the thing. So all of those people, the Abacha Abiola thing, you can see why they killed them. The XYZ and ABC, you can see why they killed them. But you cannot see why they will want to kill Nnamdi Kanu in DSS facility. This is a guy that they secretly captured in Kenya, and they could have killed him in Kenya, and nobody would have known they killed him. It's just that thing that they do in the East, just these ludicrous things that they say and do.
I tend to kill Kanu. I tend to kill Kanu doesn't mean that it's the federal government alone that wants to do that. There are some local political beneficiaries that may be seeing Kanu as a threat. Okay, look at the last election, for example. Despite the federal might within that region, see as Abga cleared everywhere. Now, if these people begin to wake up politically that this issue of Kanu can even make them lose power within that region. They can collude with the federal government and accelerate everything. Look at Lagos massacre, for example, now. No matter how someone is trying to say, okay, I invited Soja, but I didn't ask them to kill. The fact remains that he invited that Soja, and up till now, Tinubu is still calling that report a lie just because. Why is Tinubu doing all those things? He's trying to satisfy the person in the actual rock that, okay, I want to be the next president. The same way, some political mass chant within that space, if Kano case is becoming a situation whereby they can lose their grip on power, they can do and undo. They will even be the first to. So, to me,
sorry,
it can be propaganda.
Did Tinubu call that report a lie? Is that what you said?
I've not seen that, but this is all
okay. Yeah, that's what he's insinuating. Yeah, he insinuated that. Yeah, I tell you that wholesale. So,
can I interject?
Yeah, come in, Jafar.
Yeah, so one man, the video you just showed, that video is really misleading because the speaker on that video was just excited seeing Buhari at the Kaaba. What he was saying in Hausa is, this is Buhari, this is the president of Nigeria. May God bless him and protect him for us. He is being accompanied by Ali Fontami. That video has absolutely nothing to do with the death of Buhari. That's just clarity I wanted to make.
Yes, thank you for that clarity. And you, of course, being an Hausa speaker, you would understand the language that is being spoken. But Jafar, let me. You've just highlighted the point really that I'm making. But let me pop the link to that video where I got it from, which is from the Eastern Quarters, and see how they paint it in their space. So this is the story they are telling. It says a video of Buhari's burial leaked from Saudi Arabia. Say they don't understand the language, and once they circulate it, they'll say, yes, we saw somebody will come here and start to shout that he saw the burial and Buhari is Jubril. This is what they do in that space. Just ludicrous nonsense. But thank you.
One man, mind your words, please.
No, but it is though, isn't it?
I understand you.
Yeah,
I understand it could be propaganda, but mind your language on a set of a group of people. You know what I mean? If you don't want people speak to your ethnicity like that, don't extend it to others, even if they are stupid, even if their actions. Even if the actions are silly, just talk professional. This is a professional channel. This is a professional channel.
Do I look like a responsible adult to you?
So what are you then?
I'm not a responsible. Have you
talk with your
I'm not a responsible adult? Do I look anything like a responsible adult?
I didn't know that you are.
But I wasn't talking to the ethnicity. I was talking to the group. To IPOB,
yeah, but the words, the language, the tonality, you can still address stuff, but without being patronizing or condescending. You're too big for that. With all this,
all right. Yeah. Anyway, I won't call you a troublemaker because you don't like that. But thank you, Bia. So, Ola, let me take you on to this space. Still in the Eastern Quarters. Though difficult, I will consider demand for Kano's release, Buhari assures Igbo leaders. So that won a space, but then subsequent spaces within the narrative. So within the narrative, he's discussing, he mentioned specifically an unconditional pardon and how is that a possibility. So that's another space. And another space still, the lead person in the delegation that went to plead with him in Aso Rock, he gave the assurance that if he hands Nnamdi Kanu to him, he would make Nnamdi Kanu curtail his utterances. So to those three spaces, Ola.
Unconditional or conditional, if there's an opportunity for Kanu to escape the incarceration, personally, that's what I think. I think he needs to move out of that place. Why did I say that? Is if he does that and with a good understanding with all the members or the executive of IPOB, for example, since I believe the agitation is beyond Kanu himself. You know, this is agitation of the entire, maybe the largest percentage of the people. This is what they want. So Kanu is only a voice among thousands or maybe millions. So anything he can do to leave that place, whatever, even if he's signing that, okay, I will keep quiet, I'll just say, so that is not valid because it's not going to stop IPOP. That's it. But anything that can save his life from all these killer, you know, like people like the like of
no, it's the unconditional pardon that I'm especially wanting you know, just to see if you agree with. Is it within Buhari's purview to grant him an unconditional pardon, and should he grant him an unconditional pardon, given what we know, even if it's through osmosis or whatever, the things, the allegations, and what, you know, just by his utterances has been affected by this guy, causing the loss of lives and etc. Is that something that should be pardoned away? Would you agree that Kano can and should be given unconditional pardon?
There is nothing unheard of there. So it's okay if they feel politically that they need to give him unconditional pardon. I understand that this may be sensitive because we may be talking of those people that lost their life, or maybe through the utterances, one way or the other, all those stuff. Even though we don't have evidences yet, it hasn't been established. But I look at it when can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
No, you know, it is laughable when Buhari is trying to behave like someone that respect the rule of law, that was saying it's a bigger issue, it's a very big issue for him, all those stuff. So good if they can pardon him unconditionally, because it is really the incapacity. I think I could be wrong. I think all Buhari just need to do is to tell Malami that, okay, fight this thing with the judiciary. We want to drop this case. We don't want to continue. Because if we are treating this thing as the state case, you know, if it's the state versus Kanu, for example, the same state can say, okay, we don't want to continue with the case. So if, just like when you are, okay, when they are trying to pardon all this Boko Haram, this thing, it's just to reduce the level of damages, the collateral damages, or whatever level of damages they are going to, that is going to cause. If pardoning Kanu will bring some level of decorum, if it's going to bring peace, it's going to save life and property, it might as well be the way to go. Because this situation is more political than legal itself. So a political problem can be solved through political resolution. And this type of pardoning we are talking about now is more of political. So after all, it's still not guaranteed that when we have a situation whereby you want to go on a level grant, are we so sure, for example, that the federal government will even win this case against Kanu, for example? So if they consider that, okay, the right thing to do is to pardon this guy unconditionally because we are not sure of what we even want to lay against this guy, then let it be. So to me, if you're going to give us peace, let them do that. I agree.
All right, thank you. So Ola, finally to this space, more Nigerian youths committing suicide. So that alarming, but then the demography, that's the weight of it is even more alarming. We've discussed this at length, but give us more of your thoughts on that.
You see that age group, while we were discussing the other time, I went on internet to actually see the global trend. And I discovered that situation is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. You see, the age group we are talking about, and I think Bia is here now, and I think Alexander was saying the other time, I think it can contribute if he's working with social or maybe care people or all those stuff. Now, the thing is, at that particular stage, you know, biologically they are within the poverty group. The poverty group will come with a lot of pressure. You know, they try to discover new things, and those people that feel that they belong within that the discovery, you know, they find a level of confidence that boosts their, you know, esteem. And those people that think they do not belong, we find something that make them think that, why me? So, and if that situation is not properly managed, the thing can get to them psychologically, and they believe that the best thing for them to end it is to end it. And you know, we are in the era where the information, the knowledge has increased, that even that people can even commit suicide painfully. You know, many people that just use something like a carbon monoxide to commit suicide because they will not feel the pain. So it makes it easier for them, because all this information of how to commit suicide, some of them can even find it on internet. I remember while growing up those days, even among the peer, we see how, let me even refer to Ekiti and all those even villages, that you see peer to peer. If someone is gassing too much, you make fun of that person to the level that some people will even be afraid of coming to school. If your leg is not big enough, they will say, okay, look at his leg like stick. All those stuff, all those things, they have a way of getting into the brain of someone in the adolescent stage. Then, moreover, like I said, there are a lot of brutality on the street of Lagos. That was why I made all those ghetto, face me now, face you, all those places that I made an example. You will see a man of maybe 40 years old will be having a face with the person of 12 years, and they won't be able to talk. And when you look at this rate of suicide that we are talking about, if you even look at gender again, you'll be surprised that even female are even more among those people. So this thing we are talking about is very real, and I think where Nigeria, for example, is losing it is this. There was a time they used to have a guidance and counseling unit in our secondary school. I don't think all those things exist now, because those days, if you are confused, you have some guidance, some counselor that can even redirect you, that will try to counsel you and make you a little bit happy, leave the weight, leave the heavy burden off your heart and all those stuff. All those things no longer exist. And if you go to religious places too, I'm not sure if they can help. I don't know. So this thing we are talking about, I think, is a big issue now than we ever imagined before, and is growing at an alarming rate. So it's not we are not an interesting. The situation is not interesting at all, and is getting worse by the day. So I think it is real than we could even ever imagine. So that's my opinion on that.
All right, thank you, Ola. Good to hear from you. So from Ola, we go on to UK, who is also with us. Or are you with us, UK? Okay, UK has gone to raid the fridge again. Around about this time, it goes into the fridge to get cold chicken and whatnot. Thomas,
One man.
Yes, sir.
Let me reply, Lord Michael. Lord Michael is saying that UK is lying. When you are buying,
where is it?
It's on the chat.
Okay, yes. No. I wanted to see what you're talking. Is it this comment?
UK, that is not true. I have never asked for identification in any. Look, what he's saying there, he is not the one that Lord Michael is not getting it right. In United States, if you are buying Day Queen or Night Queen, this syrup for cough, for sore throat, and all these things, they will ask for your ID. So what UK said is true. If you are in United States, go and try it. Go to any pharmacy now and pick up Day Queen, this malaria syrup. It's a malaria syrup for fever, for sore throat, for runny nose. It's a multi symptoms medicine. Go and pick it up. If you don't show your ID, they will not let you take it away. So UK is not lying. Don't perpetrate lie.
I think Lord Michael is in the United States of Ajegunle, so maybe
no. I can understand Lord Michael really.
United
In
States
Canada,
of Ajegunle.
In Canada, nyquil, is for sore throat, it's for cold, cough, and all those things.
Yeah, but he is talking about the United States. That's the thing.
That's exactly what I'm saying. If Lord Michael is living in Canada, he may think the same thing applies.
UK lives in the United States, and he's saying in the United States you need to show identification for some level of medication. And Lord Michael is calling him out in the comment section. And Ajale Koko, who also lives in the United States, is saying no. UK is right. So that was that little thing. But then the United States of Ajegunle is actually where Lord Michael lives. That's what we've learned from that. So thank you, everyone. So we're going to.
As a matter of fact, I want to confirm it that yesterday I bought one, and they demanded for my ID before. At the point of payment, they demanded for my ID. They saw my ID before they checked me out. So what is Lord Michael saying? Stop perpetrating lie. Stop it.
This is Lord Michael. He likes to impose himself on people, even though. Thank you, Janikoko, for that clarification. So we're going to the UK to UK, but he seems to be away from his system at the moment. So we're going to Thomas instead. So Thomas, how are you there?
Yes, please.
All right, good of you to be with us, Thomas. So, though difficult, I will consider demand for Nnamdi Kanu's release. The assurances that Aboki from Daura gives about Umar here born. What are you making of that?
I've said earlier on that for them to release him, it is very ridiculous to me. Very ridiculous to me, because that means all the charge I have against this man is BS. I don't want to use that full word. That means all the allegation level against him is BS. If someone is culpable or is guilty of a offense, he or she should have his day in court. Let the court decide. That means everybody has been saying that this Kano arrest is a political. That means everyone is right. So that means they don't even have the effrontery to arrest him in the first place. But if it's guilty of the offense, they really charge him off. He should have his day in court. Let the court decide. Maybe he's guilty or not. Let the court decide. Because this same guy has said many things. Thank God I shared the video with one man about the video I saw online, showing the video of where Buhari was buried in Saudi Arabia. And I didn't even hear Hausa. Thank God Jafar is here to clarify that to us, that they are saying something else. But this narrative is all over the place. That the man is dead, he's been buried in Saudi Arabia, he's been doing this. So I don't understand. If this man is guilty of this offense, let him have his day in court. Let the court decide. Maybe he's guilty or not. But pardoning him, as Jafar rightly said before, for you to pardon somebody, I think that person should have been guilty of that offense. Or I also agree with Ajale Koko that they can actually settle out of court. It happens. If the prosecutor decide not to prosecute an offender, they can actually settle out of court. But with Buhari that I know, I don't think Buhari will go that route. That man that went to visit him, fine, he was there to solicit for Nnamdi Kanu, but Buhari may decide not to do so. He may decide not to pardon him. He may decide that he should have his day in court. So let's see how everything plays out.
If he is going to pardon him, is this something he has to do fairly quickly and not tarry? You know, because there's no point just saying it. So if you're going to do it and almost immediately, or let him have that day in court, as you're saying.
So you are rightly right, and that's unconditional. That is what I'm really concerned about. I asked that question before. If they release this guy, what is the next thing? Is he continue to same narrative, go back to same thing? It should be conditional. To me, that is my personal opinion. If it is not conditional and it was released, that means we go back to square one. We go back to square one. But if it's released conditional, we are going to settle out of court. You stop this agitation. You stop the propaganda all over the place. Maybe he may give him some. Maybe he may give him some to curtail him, to stop the propaganda. But they said Biafra is an ideology. You can't take ideology from people. It's difficult to do that. And I'm not seeing same Kanu doing the same thing. That man that I see, it is a very rigid man. But as everybody has rightly said, he should do anything in his possible best to get out of that dungeon. After getting out, he will know next thing to do. But that is the question I'm still asking. After getting out, what is the way forward? I don't see this man going with Buhari in his regime or coming to handshaking that they should govern Nigeria together. I don't see him in that picture. I don't know maybe what other people think. I don't think Kano will do that. Kano won that Biafran country. He won that Biafran nation. But as everybody rightly said, he should try to do anything federal government tell him to do for now to get out of that dungeon. Because he could be killed. If Kanu...
Do you think he could be killed? I'm not sure that he could be killed. Because I don't think it's in the interest of the government to kill him. Why would they kill him? There's no reason why they would kill him.
One man, Abiola died in custody of Nigeria. What happened? If Kanu died today, if they kill Kanu today, there's nothing will happen. The eastern part will fight.
Can I tell you what happened when Abiola was clean? Yoruba land.
I'm alive then. I know what happened.
Yes.
You don't need to tell me. Ajale Koko.
Yes, you are asking what happened. I want to remind you what happened. Yoruba land was made ungovernable for Abacha government by Nadeko. And that is why Abubakar Salami, when he came into power, with others, president, considered that, look, we have to give this power to Yoruba people so that there can be peace.
Ajale Koko, Abacha died now. Abacha died before Abiola now. So Abacha died before Abiola.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When Abiola died, yes, you are right. Abacha died before Abiola. But for the annulment, for the imprisonment or detention of Abiola, Nadeko already made Yoruba land ungovernable for Abacha while Abacha was alive. They make it ungovernable for him. And when what do you call this, Abubakar, when he came in, that is why he hurriedly said, I am going out quick. And with others, cabal in the north said, look, let us give this power to Southwest. We need peace in this country. So if anything happened to Kano, the same thing will happen in Igbo land. If Igbo land, we don't see peace in Igbo land, there's not going to be peace in Nigeria.
But
That is it.
Ajalekoko, don't forget that our traditional rulers and our leaders, they use the situation of Abiola to enrich themselves. So those guys were even the reason why the elimination of Abiola was very straightforward, because already they compromised, they've reached political agreement with the power that be, and to balance the equation out, they have to eliminate Abiola, and they became the beneficiary of the situation. That's why I'm just advising that
our traditional ruler were not part of the killing of Abiola. They don't have no hand in it. It was international. It was international. It was international. International move. That was international hand in the killing of Abiola. So Abubakar knew that, and that's Abubakar said. And after the death of Abiola, the problem continued. The nation was on the brink of collapse. Economically, politically, everything was going down for that country. And that is why Abubakar said, look, we have to stop this. Let us compensate Yoruba. Let us make Yoruba the next president. So, look, government have to be that was military government that have all the gun that can kill everybody. But Nadeko pushed them to the wall because of their principle, because of their resolve that no, we are not going to take this injustice. This is an injustice. Somebody won an election, you annulled the election, and you killed him. We are not going to take it. So that was why we saw this OPC. That was what gave up a annulment of duty to give back to OPC. And look, government have to be reasonable to do the right thing. It has to be unconditional to get peace over there in the East. If we don't have peace in the East, there's not going to be peace in the... Do you know the problem that's going to come from the West prior to 2023? Why do you want to continue to say, okay, this is democracy? Democracy is about negotiation. It's about, bringing people together and not using arm against your people. You cannot win.
Bwadale Koko, you know we are not practicing democracy in Nigeria, which everybody agrees.
Look, that one aside, but it is called democracy. Hold on, it is called democracy. Is it not democracy that we are saying we are practicing? So let me tell you, they cannot win.
I'm still disagreeing with you that the condition should be conditioned. His release should be conditioned, because I know if they release him unconditionally, we will still go back to the same thing. That is the problem I'm talking about. What is the next thing if they release this guy? That's why I said, let him have his day in court. Let the court decide. If the Nigerian government don't have case against this guy, court is gonna said they're gonna accuse him, they're gonna discharge him. So now we know that Nigeria doesn't have any case against this guy. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not the fan of saying they should not release him. They should release him. But after releasing, what is the next stage? Will the same narrative going on again that Buhari is dead, Nigeria should break? And I will tell you, there is no president of that nation that will want that country to break in its own tenure. No president. Even if we got Igbo president today, Igbo president will not allow that country to break. That is the problem.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. Ajale Koko, Lord Michael comes back at you. He says, Ajale Koko, I will prove you wrong, but I need a monetary bet on this. So he's doubling down that you don't need identification to purchase prescribed drugs in the United States of Ajegunle. Rational mind.
Yes. You see, Lord Michael should understand that each state has their own legislation when it comes to what is considered a drug or whatever. I mean, there are standard by each state. Maybe if he's here in the United States, maybe the state where he resides, maybe they do allow certain drugs to be picked up over the counter without maybe prescription and maybe without some form of ID. But there are some drugs that you need ID for, just to be able to prove that yes, you're over. I mean, you're off age, over the age limit and whatever. So, but I don't know what Michael is hammering on when it comes to.
Can I quickly add something? Maybe Michael is missing something. Look, if the doctor give you prescription A, for example, as you are taking the prescription to your pharmacist, at least in Abaza, for example, you already have your profile there. So by the time you are presenting it, they know that you are getting it from the doctor. If that is what you are saying, then I understand. But you cannot wake up and say you want to go and buy, let me say, Viagra, for example, now. No pharmaceutical environment here, whether you show your ID or not. As long as the doctor has not given you that prescription, nobody will say to you, believe it or leave it.
All right, thank you. So let's take Thomas on to the next talking point, which is that age thing for suicide. So we've had a lot of discussions around that, but what are your thoughts, Thomas?
I'm not doubting that. I'm not doubting that the statistic. Currently, we are not in Nigeria, and for Nigerian to come out to say that, I think they have their proof, and I could say on this in Australia, the most on that age, that 13 age, most people that commit suicide here, it's normally based on bullying. It's normally based on bullying, not on they don't have food to eat, or they have bully and mental illness. That is the two things that make that that age range from 13 to 18 commit suicide. Is either they are not mentally stable, or they have been bullied in school and they cannot take it any longer. But in Nigeria, I don't think there is bully in Nigeria, but I don't think it's people don't take it as bully. The children normally get out of it. They don't really, that like Western world, bully is it's something that is so big. But back in Nigeria, people have been bullied, but I don't think bully can really lead to somebody in that space in Nigeria taking their lives. Major thing I think can cause that is there are many drugs out there in Nigeria. Tramadol, decoding, and you'll be surprised with that age what they pass through in schools. Now, secondary schools, they have courtes in secondary schools. Somebody that is courtes, they are prone to drugs. Many things is happening in that country that we don't know, because we are out here. We don't know what is going on there. So that statistic, I concur with it. It can happen with the state of that country now. It can happen. That is just my take about that.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So that thing that you opened up, Ajale Koko, generating a bit of controversy. It says, no, capital no, over-the-counter drugs does not require identification in the United States. This is Abe that is speaking. But Abe, I think you're missing the point. It's not over-the-counter drug, it's prescription drug that controlled drugs, where everybody can go and buy paracetamol, I'm sure, but we're not talking about just your everyday drug. But thank you, Thomas, for that. So, where else are we taking you? I think you've pretty much covered most of it. Just this space, IPOB alleges plot to eliminate Nnamdi Kanu in DSS facility. A bit of a nonsense, would you say?
It's really BS. It's nonsense. And on another side, let me play devil advocate here. They may want to eliminate him just to cause Nigeria, as in to cause to pretend as if it's Nigeria that killing. So let's just take that narrative as well. But I don't see IPOB wants to kill Nnamdi Kanu. Kill him for what? It's
this ridiculous. They will tell you their Directorate of Intelligence. They like this sort of language. Our Directorate of Intelligence and Information Gathering told our Ministry of. It's just one man and his dog. They turn themselves into.
Yeah. After God, after God to IPOB.
Yeah. You know the language they use, the rational mind. You think you think it was POTUS himself. It was the President of the United States speaking. Our Directorate of Intelligence has covertly gleaned that the language they use even is just is from another planet.
One man. Nnamdi Kanu is a small god to that space, most especially the IPOB. I know some of Igbos, they don't buy his narrative, but IPOB, quote and unquote, it's their small god. So I don't think IPOB will go to that route. But unless they now have a faction in IPOB, maybe the other faction want to eliminate him. But the main IPOB members, I don't think, even no Igbos, there is no Igbo that we want to eliminate in Nnamdi Kanu. What do they want to gain?
All right, thank you, Thomas. I don't think it's the Igbos. They are saying the government, but thank you. Let's go on to Bia then. So I'm glad you've joined us, Bia, because Alexander especially wanted to hear your commentaries on the suicide rates amongst teenagers in Nigeria and alarming data. What are your thoughts?
Hi, woman.
Hello.
Hello, viewers and everyone else. I believe that the suicide rate of the teens in Nigeria has been going on for ages. It's just that things are bringing this narrative to the surface. And I think that the statistics is not saying it all. There is more to it, and it's been happening for a long time. That space has been ignored, just like in the olden time, a very long time ago, that when we see mental health people on the street, they are being flogged, the way they've been treated in shackles and chains, like as if they've got demons, the way they take them to church, try to beat the hell out of them to make their brains become normal. So the environment is so hostile. And what Thomas said is quite right, that every region or every country or continent, they have underlying environmental, physical and emotional factors that contribute to the breakdown of a person's mental alertness and capacity. Say, for example, as what Thomas has already said, I have a friend here that the daughter was suicidal. She was self-harming using blades to cut her hands. And it became so worrying that it happened that she was being bullied in school, not just in school. Social media as well is becoming a contributing factor to youth suicidal problems all over the world, not just in the Western world, because the social media is bringing things to the surface, giving, making it so, making the world so closer that youth from Africa can see the youths in the Western world. There is this peer pressure, international peer pressure. You want to behave like a Western world, forgetting that the African environment and enabling factors that help build a person in your society in Africa is different. Not appreciating who we are. We want to have our hairs long instead of appreciating our the special kind of hair that God
You know,
has
there's
given
a
to
move
us.
against that. Just that hair space that you're
Yes,
talking. You know,
I'm one of them.
yeah, I know my wife. She doesn't wear those wigs anymore. She just she goes with
Yeah,
her hair.
because
Yeah.
most products they send to that goes to Africa, the hair products, the pH is alkaline, and the scalp of the head is acidic.
Why would black people want to have straight hair anyway? We don't have straight hair. We have kinky hair. That this is what is you. We're the only ones on this planet that have hair the way we have it. So why
It's like
not celebrate that?
it's like what we have as Africans, we don't appreciate it, and we want to be like the West, and vice versa. The West as well go to the sun to tan. They want to
You
be
say black
have our
people
skin.
wearing blonde wigs. What is that about?
Yeah, so that what I'm saying is we have amongst the our Africans, we want to be like the West, like Oyibos, and Oyibos want to be like blacks. They go to
This is
tan.
it. They go to tan.
So
They want to be
yeah,
dark. We want to be
they want
light.
to be that.
We
Even
are
there was
bleaching our skin. They are
there,
tanning theirs.
yeah, there was even one white person that actually went to the extent of making her skin so dark that on the social media people were really laughing. I was also imagine not painting, going to use stuff like melanin and melatonin
Yes,
stuff like that,
injections. Yeah.
dye to dye her skin
And then she
permanent.
looks so funny, I
It
think I
was
saw
really
that image.
funny with such a
Yeah.
pointed nose and blue eyes, and I'm like, my God. Well, I believe that even that my friend in the social media, her classmates would, you know, paint her as an old person. They deform her pictures, make her look old, and to the extent her mom had to withdraw her from school and she was self-taught at home. You say our young people go through a lot, things like peer pressures. Even in Africa, things mirror themselves. We have similarities from the West and in Africa, but as well we have specific environmental and family background issues and underlying health problems of mental enabling abilities that is there already. So even her friends were telling her to kill herself, they were showing her knives and all that. It was really extreme. So in Africa, we have different scenarios and traumatic chains of events, that could build up. Say now, people, whether they are Africans, regardless where they come from, could be predisposed to mental health conditions, say as a genetic issue. And then it is there, but then maybe they don't know they have it in their family. Something like schizophrenia, depression, post-traumatic stress, and OCDs and different stuff. With this, even with this COVID now, OCD person can be suicidal. You know what I mean? All these kind of repetitive thoughts of being phobic to stuff. So with those underlying factors in Africa is underchecked medically because we don't go to psychologists to go and check out the level of our serotonin, if it is normal or balanced, which way we're going to be swinging to the normal or abnormal. After all, what is normal in life? It depends on society that determines what is normal or abnormal. So having those situations, underlying factors already in the family, and then coupled with the hardship in Africa, the sun doesn't make it, friendly. That you see young people, they grow up so fast selling pure water. They've already become adult in a very young age, carrying, burden of an adult, overwhelming hopelessness, frustrations, unrealistic and unhealthy lifestyles and competitions. Like I say, peer pressure, um, foundational destabilizations, isolations from friends and families, like these young girls or young teens that have been, sold out because of poverty, family problems, issues, hunger. physical and psychological abuse, sexual abuse as well, because in that space, you imagine what hunger and material exploitations could be causing a young person that the parents are not well to do, from a very, very wretched home, never even known what is meant to wear shoes to school. And then someone from a rich background will see these poor young children, promising them heaven and earth, and then abuse them sexually, get them impregnated. And because depending on the part of Nigeria they are from, like I know from the east, you shouldn't have a baby at home before you get married, because no one will ever marry you. So that is a recipe for suicide. You see, bullying, like I said, peer pressures, feelings of worthlessness, shame, dishonor, like in the north with these dishonor killings, with stealings, they chop your hand off and all that. It is such a harsh environment for young people to thrive, and it's becoming worse now with the present governing political environment that we find ourselves. Look at the NSAS and stuff like that, the family members of people that were killed. Who knows if some of them killed were proper breadwinners for the young people,
Yes.
People are not educated enough to know that when you're not mentally stable, you cannot lead a normal life. You can't even read and assimilate, not to talk of, because with that sort of state of mind that is unbalanced, you can't think right. You'll be longer moments of madness in life,
All right.
and all
Okay.
that.
Thank you, Bia. It's a real difficult space. It's just you don't just like. I don't think any of us like the idea of a 13-year-old being suicidal. It's just not right. But and that's the world we live in now. But
It's
I
been
think,
happening.
yeah.
It's been happening. It's just now they are trying to, maybe look into it, but it's been there for ages. Before even we were born, I'm sure it's been happening. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Bia. So this space now on conditional release of Umar here born. What are you making of that? What does that mean, and should that be a thing?
I don't know really what to say, because I'm the one wearing the shoe, because I come from that zone. Whatever I say, people will say, "Oh, because you're from that side." But I have a voice. Should he have been in such a situation in the first place? After all, he is not the worst sinner in Nigeria. We've got politicians with lots of blood in
But
their hands.
answer that question, Bia. Should
One
he
man,
have been?
I can't.
It's a fleeing fugitive now, and it's done a lot of atrocious things.
There are a
If
lot of
yeah,
fleeing.
yeah.
I want to be fair now. That's what I mean by
Although that
having.
has no meaning, a fleeing fugitive. A
One
fugitive
man,
is already flying, yeah, on the
we,
run.
we
So
need
yeah.
to be fair, just like what our John Lekoko has been saying all along. All those people with atrocities, lists of them, that some of them are still old now, like Tinubu and the rest. They need to. Nnamdi Kano is further down the line. Do you know what I mean? So let's be fair. It's like now, I can't say because it's an Igbo, we should bring him and fry him. Even if he's Yoruba, I will never say that, because I want to treat others the way I wish to be treated. I know there is law, but until he's taken to court, just as Thomas said, let them try him, and let's see what's going to happen. I believe in strongly in the law, but there is no fair law in Nigeria. See the way things have been going. They've brought him to court many times. They've held him. They make laws and they break it. So how can you judge someone on a broken law? Does it make sense? I don't think so. So let's see what's going to happen.
All right. All right. Thank you, Bia. So, Bia, stay with us just for as long as you can as we go on to Rational Mind. So, Rational Mind to you and to that Nnamdi's Kano space that Bia recused herself from. So, to that space, unconditional pardon, Buhari considering. So, just all of that. What are you making of it?
You said Bia recused herself.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think she did. She
No,
spoke.
she said she doesn't want to say too much because
But then she said
she's
too much. I mean, she said so much. Well, let's
yeah,
not.
she
Let's
only
not.
oh yeah, but go on, yeah,
Just try to tease us. Anyway, so
yeah.
what I see about Nnamdi Kanu, it's now politics now. My question is, Why would you need a pardon? You only pardon somebody who has offended or who has infringed or committed an infraction. So what is the infraction? What is the law? Has he infringed upon or has he broken? If there's any, charge him to court. Let him have his day in court. But you see, all those things that is playing out with him, psychologically trying to defeat him or kind of wear him out and possibly lead him to the point of committing suicide. I mean, I can understand if they said they don't give him pillow. Maybe they knew very well that giving him a pillow to sleep in that cell, he could hang himself with that. He could just tear the pillow, and then make some kind of rope from it and then hang himself, because nobody that will be confined to a solitary confinement and then will be normal. You know, we are all humans. We like interactions, and so you just imagine when you isolate you for so long, you can't even have human interaction. You can imagine the mental. I mean, how do I put it? The mental state of mind.
Is it confirmed that it's in solitary confinement?
Well,
or
that's
is
what
it
they said. That's what they said.
You know, but it's IPOB that is saying that now, and we've already discussed how they speak.
Well, that's one thing about that space. You know, they've said so many things that I mean, even when they say the word is right, sometimes we kind of doubt it. Sometimes, you know. So, but if it's not what it is, I mean, let's assume that it's what it is, that is confined to a place. I mean, there's this other guy, this Sarah guy. I mean, one of these guys that was Omoyele, who confirmed that they locked him up in an isolated cell. You know, people don't even really see him. Even when they see him, it's just sometimes. So, you know, it's for me, I just look at it that it's a kind of mental torture for him. And then you can imagine you give that kind of a person like something that he can make rope from. He can hang himself. I mean, even if it doesn't happen, he can hang himself. Who knows? They might arrange it for him and make it look like he hung himself. Who knows? So what I'm just trying to say is, what I believe is this: let them follow the path of justice and equity in this matter. Let him have his day in court. Put him in a normal cell where he has freedom of people to visit him. Let him have. I mean, he's a political prisoner. Let him have whatever. What I mean, whatever. I mean,
is he a political? Hold on. Is he a political prisoner or a criminal?
He's not a criminal. As any person,
he's
not. You can say he's not a criminal. You only say somebody is a criminal if he has been convicted by known court of law.
No. If he stands accused of a crime, you can call him a criminal.
Well, you can't. Well, for me, I would say that would be. You can say alleged. You can say he's alleged to have committed this. No, you can't call somebody a criminal if it's not been confirmed to be a criminal. For me, that's how I see it. And I don't think any sense of sane society will want to refer to somebody who has not been convicted as a criminal. Even though when you are caught in the act of something, they will say you are alleged to have committed it, and until when you're proven to have done it. So I won't call him a criminal unless he's convicted to be a criminal. So I would say that he's alleged to be a criminal, perhaps, or maybe you just say, well, he's waiting for his day in court. So for me, the whole thing that is playing out with Kanu, I think it's a kind of a frustration to bring the IPOB people on the table, or to bring the Southeastern on the table. Because in the first place, bringing him to Nigeria, they knew what they were doing. They know what they were getting into. And let me say this, they know they cannot, Nigeria is going to be in a very big mess if they bring Igbo to Nigeria. That is why they have been confined to Benin Republic, because if they have two of those people there, Nigeria is going to be a hotbed, because you'll be prosecuting one case in court, you find Igbo people going there every day whenever he has courts, and then you find Kanu too. You know, that thing is going to distract it's going to derail the whole plan for 2023. That's how I see it. So that is better.
One man, can I ask Rational my question when he lands, please?
Go on. Yeah, ask him now so he can sweep it up in his narrative.
Yes, but Rational man, do you think anybody has never fight Nigerian government and win? I want you to answer that question.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, I think Igbo was one. They won Igbo. Say, look, with all this your Majesar and everything you said you had, everything, you cannot fight government and win, no matter what you have. No matter how powerful you are, you think you are diabolically or voodoo-wise, whatever, you can never win the government, because the government is the government. They have something. Where's this kind of power that even not all your juju and everything you have can really overcome them, you know? So, having said that, I don't think there's nobody that can win. The way Nigerian government is structured, It has look at what happened recently. They took Nigeria off the list of country that has been that has violated people's religious rights. You know, so suddenly they took them off, and then some organization were saying, "What is the yardstick by which they did that?" So that's to tell you that we keep running to these Western people, this UK, Germany, asking them to help us. I tell you, they know what they are doing. They have a way whereby they will pander to Nigerian government. So that's the reason why all agitations or people who fight for social justice in that country, they don't seem to be able to succeed, because even this government too, they have some kind of backing. They have lobbyists who lobby in their own behalf, and then who kind of convince other foreign government to to side with them. So if we want them to side with us, and these people, they are playing double agents, they're also siding with them. It's going to be, that's why we find ourselves in this mess. We're not progressing. We don't seem to be making any progress. So just to answer your question, well, I don't think you can defeat the government, especially if that government does have some kind of backing internationally too. It's going to be very, very difficult for you to be defeated. So going back to Kanu's matter, for me, they are doing all these things to frustrate Kanu, because if Kanu tells us, like, if they're doing it in court now, they know they don't have any legal path to prosecute this guy. The only thing they can do is just to bring.
What do you mean? They mean they don't? Why do you say that? No. Why do you say that?
They cannot. The case they have against that guy, it is not something you can prosecute in court and you win. You cannot win it, except maybe they go through some kind of backdoor and go and bribe their judges and whatever, and just to get conviction of the guy. I tell you, they cannot. That's why the only do is that just to delay him, get him off air, so that.
You don't think that's sufficient enough for Kano to answer in court?
I tell you that if there is,
did you hear his broadcast during the NSAS space, asking people to go into the streets and destroy and kill?
I know all of that. I know he says a lot of terrible things. We know,
right?
What
I'm saying is terrible actions follow that.
What is the action? What is the action? You saw him and then he was giving them money, or he was buying them weaponry.
No. Hold on. That is incitement now. You say do this, and then that happens the next day. You can't prove it. It says do this, and that happens the next day.
So can you prove it then? You prove it then. Prove it. I mean, prove it.
That is incitement.
Listen. One man, let's not go around this.
Somebody that is the leader of an organization, he says to his adherents, do this. And within the space that is adherents operate, that is done.
Okay.
I mean, that's a slam dunk.
I'm not arguing with that with it. I'm not arguing that fact with you that he says certain things and people took it from his mouth and then they act upon it. I'm not doubting that from you. But if they have this, take him to court, prosecute him. Don't play this shenanigans of delaying everything and bringing dramas to it. No, bring him to court. When he's due in court, let him have his day in court. But they can't prosecute this case and win it. That is why they have to bring drama into this whole thing, so that they
Rational man, you are wrong to say that. They don't have case. You are very wrong to say that. That is what I said earlier on. Let this man, let him have his day in court.
Even a newly finished lawyer will destroy Nnamdi.
So how am I wrong? How am I wrong?
With his directive, go and kill, go and do this. Really? You said they don't have case against this guy?
If they have case, is that Thomas talking? If they have case,
that's me.
If they have case, listen, my brother, listen. If they have case against him, take him to court, prosecute him. Is it not the same thing we're talking about election where they have a case? He incited people. He was writing things all over the street in Lagos. If these are the evidence you have, take him to court, prosecute him. Do not bring any drama into the whole thing. Do not try to frustrate him. Do not try to lock him up or try to look for another next adjournment day that will take forever again. For what they say. Let him have this kind of case should be a day-to-day kind of prosecution. Take him to court. Let him have his at least nothing less than 1 week. Let him go to court every 1 week or every two weeks. Not that you have one today and then the other one will be in about 2 months' time. What kind of case is that? So they know what they are doing.
That is why I said earlier on, they should not pardon him. Let him have his day in court.
So what are we saying? What am I saying? What are you saying then? Are you saying I'm wrong?
Let me say this.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say, you said they don't have case against him. That's why I came in.
Okay.
That Nigerians do have case against him. that they should not pardon him. Let him have his day in court.
It's just a matter of semantics here. I don't think you're not getting me right. It's like
yes, you're right.
So
but you said because they don't have case against him.
When I said that they don't have any case against him, is that what they have is frivolous. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but it is not. It's the point.
If it's not, take him to court, prosecute him based on what you said you have, and let him have him convicted. Rather than
but he is in court now. But is the value?
What is the court?
I mean, not in court in Abuja.
Listen. In a normal legal system, you have somebody extraordinary rendition. He didn't inform his lawyers. You allow him, give him time to inform his lawyers. The first day, immediately you brought him to Nigeria, you took him to court. And then you got the court injunction to have him incarcerated.
Sorry, who's frying something? Is that you frying something or Thomas?
No, not me.
Oh, no, that's from Thomas. Yeah, go on.
Well, I have my kettle here boiling.
No, it was Thomas that was rattling. But yeah,
anyway, so what I'm trying to say is you brought him to Nigeria and then you just took him to court without even informing his lawyer. The lawyer got to understand that, our client has been extraordinary rendition. And then you play games, you not allow him, you not give him access to the man. What kind of a legal system is that? If they really know they want to prosecute this guy, let him have.
So it doesn't get access to what?
Do you know the drama they brought into the whole thing before they allowed him to see his lawyer? Before they allowed Kanu to see his lawyer?
I saw his lawyers almost immediately.
One man. Let's see. Sometimes I don't want us arguing because sometimes when we argue, I want to believe that all of us here we are more learned. We live in Western countries where things are done.
Yes, but
what is happening in Nigeria?
For Nigerian standards is getting the most.
So what are we talking about? What are we all talking about here then?
Nigeria is Nigeria a third world country?
One man. Let's not go that route. We're here to look for a country that follows international norm.
Yes.
What you have in the UK, what you have in Germany, Australia, United States, Canada, these are what we call as yardstick, like the yardstick for every country should follow. Mm-hmm. Being a third world does not excuse you from not following what is called due process or following what is known as law and order.
It was facilitated his lawyers almost immediately.
What is immediately? Do you know dramatic? Do you know how many weeks it took him before he saw his lawyers? Do you know how many weeks? Do you remember that?
No. What do you mean weeks? He saw his lawyers within days.
Within days?
Yes.
I mean, what was the drama around that?
Because because that space is a drama space. We've just played it out. This is what we're talking about now. Do you understand Yoruba, a rational mind?
Yoruba. I mean,
okay. In Yoruba land, when Tombagadiye Otoshi, Ogbetalaroka, that is the IPOB space. They make a song and dance about every single thing. Tombagadiye Otoshi, Ogbetalaroka, that is what they do. Song and dance about every single thing.
You're just,
do they not?
You're just trying to pick.
Do they not? Song and dance about every single thing.
Listen. I think we're all saying similar things here. It's just that how we're understanding it is different. I know Nigeria is a third world country. Mm-hmm. But what I'm trying to tell you is that being a third world country does not excuse you from following what is known as law and order or what is known as a justice system that works. It should work. I know, I understand this is Nigeria, things drama, they bring drama, but what I'm trying to that is what I'm saying. Bring this guy to court, prosecute him. If really you have something against him.
But that is ongoing. Is that not ongoing?
I mean, for how long? Okay, it's ongoing. Look at Yele Show. For how many years now? The guy has been there. Is that a justice system?
The justice system in Nigeria is slow and laborious. It's not just Kano.
Should it be that way?
My own family, we've been in court for years over just land matter.
Should it be that way?
Not fighting ourselves, but fighting others, So,
what I'm saying is, should it be that way? In a system that works, should it be that way? No.
Yeah, but it's a third world country.
Oh, my goodness. One man, I understand. I don't know.
Is it not, though? Is it not?
It
Do you
is.
know what it means to be a third world country? Is that not what defines it? Is it not things like that?
His case is an high-profile case that, hold on. Do you know how many people has been dying over this matter? In the southern eastern part of Nigeria. Mm-hmm. If they see that sense, if they have that sense of urgency, if the government has that sense of urgency,
it's a complex case. It's a complex case. It's not something you steamroll through the courts. It's a complex case.
No, we're not saying steamroll.
Yes,
you caught him. You filed the charges against him.
Yes.
Let him have his case in. Let me have his day in court. Don't look for backyard.
You know, he was in court before he fled the country.
Okay.
Since he fled the country, a whole retinue of other charges have evolved out of that space that has to be perfected and presented. So capturing him, then presenting this now, you know, that is under new charges, additional to the ones that he was under before he fled. You know, so all of that has to be perfected. He was caught in June, mid-June. We're in November now. So what do you want him to? As soon as they land at the airport, they put him in court, and the judge
this
says
is what I'm
guilty or
saying.
not. Yeah,
we're almost saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I
don't think the process is slow. Is what I'm saying.
It
I
is
don't
slow.
think it is slow.
It is slow.
Yeah.
And if you don't see it as slow, well, so be it then. You see,
it's a difference of opinion.
You file a case against somebody. Listen, let me say this: you file a case against somebody. You brought maybe 3-count charge, and then after 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, you say you are amending it again. And they did it. Shower's case. They kept amending it. What is all of that all about? It's all about trying to delay and frustrate the case.
Right.
Because every time you bring in new charges, you have to redo the whole thing again. And then maybe another time you bring your police, your dogs.
If new charges come to light, what should they do?
If new charges come to light, no problem. I'm saying the Nigerian case, we know the Nigerian security people. I mean the Nigerian justice system, or especially the government side, they are just corrupt. They are only there just to fight for the one that the person in the Aso Rock there. They're not fighting for you and I as the people. How many of the cases that affect you and I as citizens of our country are they really fought? When I mean fought for us, I mean a collective interest of we Nigerians. How many? It's not just only for them. The one in Aso Rock, the man there, they just try to protect him. I mean, what I'm trying to say is this: one man. Let's not just overdrag this matter. All I'm asking for is let him have his day in court. Do not bring drama to it. Prosecute him. Or whatever case you said.
Who do you think brings the drama? The government or Kanu and IPOB?
Oh my goodness, here we're going again. I mean, from what you've seen, the other day, Ezife went there.
A real drama queen, or that is lawyer.
Hold on. The only drama I've seen so far was the last one, which I think, I don't know, from what he said, I don't know how the media painted it, but he said that they did not work out. But let's see. The thing is this: you see, Nigerian government, they have psychologists, they have people working with them, they have people who read the polity, who understand how it works. Don't worry, I'll just maybe if time allows us, we'll talk about it. But if not, maybe another day. So what I'm trying to say is this: that Nnamdi Kanu lawyers, they went to court. They were in court. There was I think we had that debate here. The other guy, Bruce Friend from America, here, one of his lawyers. I mean, in a normal someone said, allow him enter. Allow him enter. Let him sit down there. I mean, what does that cost you? But you brought drama into it because you wanted to use that. They see that as a way of frustrating the whole thing that very day again, and they know that that's going to incite them to go out or walk out. I mean, these are people who read. They read. I mean, it goes.
But he's not pertinent to the case. He's an observer. So why couldn't they attend court and protest later?
Attend court and protest later. I don't know of that. Well, you see, the thing is this: when Nigerian government step on your face, they step on your neck, and they keep stepping on your neck, infringing on your right. You just have one day and one cost to one to. That's how that country works. I mean, that's how that country rolls. I mean, let me say it works. That's how the life there is. They will frustrate you to get you to have to protest. Because if you don't protest your rights,
so you don't think Nnamdi Kanu's legal team are overly dramatic?
Well, they are not, except the last one.
They are
not, except the last one, which seems like they are being dramatic. But in my own view, it was an incitation. They incited them to that because they knew that they could get them to act that way
by not allowing a foreigner into court.
Listen. I was saying something before. Ezefe went there. Many other traditional leaders went from east just to become observers. They did not allow them to enter. What kind of country is that?
Is that not at the court's discretion?
Oh, here we go. You're making an excuse for them at the court's discretion.
No. Yeah. Is it not at the court's discretion?
Well, it's up to you. That's what I'm saying to you. They know what they are doing. The Nigerian government knows what they are doing. They know what they are doing. They are only frustrating this case. I mean, a case in court, a case in point. This man, that NSA what's it called? Elzasaki's case is there. What's his name? Former NSA is there.
Dasuki.
Dasuki is there. Do you know how long it took them before eventually they just, this is what we're talking about. This
but
country,
Dasuki was a political matter, and it was a vengeance. It was a vengeance matter.
Whatever it is, let them have their day in court. If you have your evidence, bring it. If after you prosecute that case, if another thing comes up, bring it. No problem. Rather than bringing all this,
Dasuki was
drama.
not being held for law. It was being held for punishment.
What man? I mean, don't you think whatever it is, the case, whatever case he has, let them have their day in court. Do not bring drama.
But Kano is having his day in court. We see him in court all the time.
The other time,
do we not see him in court all the time?
They changed. I mean, they put it to January or February, the next court date, until when maybe they have to protest again, and they have to bring it closer. Because they said maybe it's appearing this Wednesday, coming Wednesday. I don't know when Wednesday or Thursday it's coming.
Well, there you are. So they are listening to.
But if they had not protested, if the lawyer said, okay, we accept it, they have to wait till January or February next year. What kind of case is that?
You know, the court has a calendar. You know, it's not just it's not Nnamdi Kanu's judge. It's a judge of a court. This Binta Nyako. She's adjudicating other matters.
Of course, I agree with you, and it's true. Kanu's case is an high-profile situation that involves the national security of that country.
He's a criminal on the run. What do you mean it's high profile? It's a criminal on the run.
It's a high profile in the sense that it's a case that involves the country versus him, and also people of certain region who are on daily basis being hunted down like antelopes, like game animals, because they kind of take side with this man. And so why don't you find a way of resolving it? But if you don't want to follow political routes to want to solve it, let him have his day in court. Let these people see that he's always going to court, and his case is being heard by a judge.
Is that not what we are seeing?
One man, if they want to do it, the federal government can prevail on the Ministry of Justice. I mean,
you're asking the federal government to interfere with the judicial process.
No. What I was saying here, Mama, don't make me your guest. What I'm saying is this: there's a way they can arrange to have a specially dedicated judge that will hear this case on a case on a day-by-day basis.
It's just a criminal on the run that was caught. Why's the special dispensation?
It's
just some criminal on the run that was caught.
The urgency around it is that people are being killed daily. People are dying in that country because of they follow that ideology of Nnamdi Kanu. So if you don't want your citizens to be killed,
who is that on? Who is that on? Is it on the government that the Easterners are killing themselves? Is it on the government?
The government are killing them, yeah. Operation Python is there. Crocodile Smile is there. All that is there. A government that cherishes life, that views life as sacred, will look for a solution. If they can't if they can't follow the path of political solution, follow the legal path of solution. Because if these people are saying that he's going to court,
but those are the two paths that they are following: the political and the legal.
For me, that's why the question, what brought about this whole conversation is the question was the political route that they are following now, which is they went in there today, the religious leaders and some people, they went in to talk to Buhari and he said he's going to consider it. I saw that, I heard it. But the point is this: your question was, should he be pardoned? I don't think he should pardon because he has not committed any offense. If he has committed any offense,
not.
If he has, he has not.
Incitement to kill.
He has not. If he has, then
to destroy property.
If he has, take him to court. Let him have his day in court. And if he has his day in court, let the justice take its course. If he's found wanting, rather than bring all this drama of locking him up, isolating him, frustrating him, making his life, making his mental state of mind.
Did he look frustrated to you? No. Did you look frustrated to you when he was throwing punches at DSS officers in court? That looks frustrated.
When was that?
The last time in court that he was shouting and puffing up and doing the usual. Well, metaphorically, yes.
Oh my goodness, one man, you're just really dramatic here.
One man, can I ask Rational Mind a question, please?
Go
Rational Mind, I want you to listen to me very well and answer this question. Did you saw the video of the Biafran guard, Nation Guard, that went to the filling station? They were in like 2 or 4 cars with their weapon. going somewhere, if you are a president of that nation, so will you allow them to go ahead and not go and intercept them?
You see, Thomas, I don't know how long you've been following Nigerians' political drama for you to understand what is obtainable in that country. And if you listen to what Abaribe said, there is, see, the thing is, neither here or there. But one thing is certain from what I understand, even though they say they are fighting for Kanu or they are for Biafra, well, you know this group you're talking about, these people we're talking, they are a separate group from IPOP. Even though maybe they are part of IPOP, or maybe they are government-made kind of militias, just to paint IPOP a bad name or give them a bad name. Well, it's up to whoever. But for me, I don't see the relevance of what you're bringing now to what we're talking about. Maybe the relevance is that, okay, because they are violent people.
It's not relevant.
Well, I'm not saying it's not relevant. Don't get me. I mean, relevant to what we're talking about. To the question that
it is.
Put to me. Well, if you said it's this, it's up to you. But for me, what we're talking about is, yes, if, okay, fine. Let's just say, assume we
let me
rational mind, are you an IPOBian?
No, you see, one thing about me, I believe in justice. I believe in fairness. I believe in equity. I'm a Yoruba man to the core. I'm a Yoruba man with many.
No, you can be Yoruba and be an IPOBian. You sound a bit IPOB.
No. You see, one thing about me is this: as a student of international relations, international studies, relations, whatever. But what I'm trying to say is, I believe in fairness, equity. I believe in people to be allowed to self-determine their future if they so would desire to do that. Decide to do that, and let us follow due process in doing this. Let's not follow some kind of route whereby you try to frustrate, because when you try to frustrate things, an ideology, it will always come back in some different forms. So why don't you solve it once and for all? Look for a solution once and for all, and have it solved. That get out of the way. So, but if you keep prolonging it, you keep looking for different ways, it's going to come out in one way, and more life will be lost in the process. So, what I'm trying to say to Thomas is this: that fine, if those people, they are IPOB or not IPOB, whatever, or they are fighting for Biafra too, and they are harmed, well, I don't believe in insurgency. I don't believe in taking harm against the state. That is why we need to look for a political solution.
Did they take arm against the state, the IPOB space?
I mean, what state did they take? Give me an example.
I'm asking you. You said you don't believe in taking arms against the state. So did IPOB
they did not take arms against the state? What they did was
ESN armed?
Hold on. You and I could debated it here before, and I condemned that. I had this discussion with the CBD, and I think it became a heated debate every day. I don't believe in harm against the state. I believe in following the path of dispute resolution and all of that, not to be always fighting.
They take up arms against the state, and you're saying they don't have a case to answer.
They have arms. You get me?
Is that you running away, rational mind?
I have to live where I am because my other person was came. Like I was saying, they have arms, but the arms they had was they were fighting against the people that were taking over their territory.
Are those legal arms? Are they licensed?
They're not legal.
Oh, all right, and that is not something that should be answered in court.
No, they were fighting against people. They were defending themselves.
Sorry, Prof. Unless you want to interject, then please leave.
Yes. How do you know I want to interject?
No, because we are hearing the sound, but we are not hearing
your
voice. So
it's good. It's good. Now, this is very simple. Yeah. I have this. What Rational Mind is saying, I have answered that question. A defender is defending, and you don't expect that defender not to defend. He has to defend. This ESN is playing their own role of defense mechanism. They are using arms. It could be true or not, but the truth of the matter is they have never gone on attack.
A non-statutory militia, not statuted by the state.
Let me tell you, that is the nasty. Sorry, maybe you may not. This maybe the first time you hear me use this word. That is the nasty, notable statement that Nigerian government made. They're very good at making such statements to paint people black immediately.
But are they wrong though?
Are they not saying the truth?
Are they wrong?
Wait, are they wrong to do that? I don't see anything wrong in that. They have told the federal government, protect us. Nnamdi Kanu has been saying that for a long time. They have not offered any protection. And Thomas, please, this thing is very clear. These are those people that call the National Guard, the Biafra National Guard. Those people are a different group of people. Yes, they may have Biafra at hand, but they're a different group of people. If they went to a filling station and operated, displayed an act that is contrary to what IPOP is known as, or bad, yes, that could be. And there's a high tendency that group is not of IPOP, because IPOP won't be involved in such a thing. So that's it. So just
let me say this. They said they are going to declare Biafra. That is what they said in that video.
All right. Let's hear from UK as well. UK, we thought we'd lost you. Yes, UK.
Yeah, one man, I want to ask a question. Those people they kill in Ibarapa, have they been, I mean, let's say when those Fulani gang come to Ibarapa and kill them, okay, if those people having a gun to defend them, I mean, to fight them back, then they kill those, what will you say, what will you term that kind of, will you say,
that would be self-defense now.
So exactly what is going on in the eastern part of Nigeria. That's what I want to say.
All right.
Thank you so much, DK, for that. The way you just shut down, you shut down.
No, it didn't shut me down.
Maybe
the Barapa, they are not militias. They are not weaponized.
It is the Nigerian government that classified them as militia, which they are not. This Nigeria, one man, I know you're trying to promote your show by purposely asking this question. Ask me, but you see this Nigerian government, they are going to pay dearly for what they have done to IPOP, to Duduwa, to all the Nigerians that have been treated unjustly. They are not going to escape it. All these entities, one by one, starting from that very entity now, Sorok, and all those people that play that role, and all those people that are associated and affiliated to that role, they will never go free. It's not that I'm wicked, but that's what the Bible says. They can't go free. They're all partakers in evil. This nation is a nation meant to be ruled with equity and justice. How can this man, when he came into power, he said this for nobody and he's for everybody, and he's just walking contrary to everything? He shouldn't have made that statement. It would have been better he didn't make that statement. Let's know that he's behaving like that and making that statement and behaving anti to that statement.
That's the irony of Buhari, because I wonder, he said something and then we're seeing a different thing being playing out. So for me, you see, one man, just to conclude that part of that question you're asking, we've been dragging for so long. For me, it's just let him have his day in court. I'm not saying that somebody was saying here, or does it mean his own case is better than other people? I mean, every other people has also, every other people have case there. Everybody's case should be treated with, I'm not saying different, with the equalness that of Kano. But my own point is this: with Kanu's case, people's life is at stake. People's revenue or source of income is at stake. And the economy of the whole region is at stake.
Who put it at stake?
The Nigerian government is partly responsible for it.
Right. Who is majorly responsible? Who is majorly responsible?
The IPOB are also responsible for it.
The tension in the east. Who is majorly responsible for it?
The IPOB is responsible. Federal government is responsible, but I'll give the federal government more of the responsibility, because they are the federal government. They control, because they should have control over that space. But allowing IPOB to have control, it must mean that there's something they did wrong, perhaps, no doubt, that they did in this case, that they should have looked for a way of some kind of political resolution, political solution, or allow the legal system take its course in this matter, so that way it will die down. Because what they're saying now is this: what they're doing is they're still at home. It's because of Nnamdi Kanu, the way he was being incarcerated. Okay, find you extraordinary rendition him. Let him have his day in court. Let people see that he's being taken to court and his case is going. Don't bring any drama to it. Don't bring a DSS trying to push people out. Okay, give a roster. This is the number of people. Be plain about it. That's what I'm trying to say. You just be very, very plain about it. Okay, release to the public. Please, we don't want people coming to the court. We want so number of people. Tell the lawyer of Kanu, please, if you're coming to court, bring so number of people so as to avoid. Be pump and play about it. This is the number of people we want from your own side. We don't want drama. We want this to have his. I mean, we want him to have his case. We don't have to want to delay it anymore. I mean, if they follow this role, this way, I mean, people see that they are being plain, trying to be sincere about the whole thing. Let them do that. Then people would respect the Nigerian government for that, or the justice system for that. But they're trying to bring in drama, my brother. It's ridiculous. How long are we going to be doing this for?
Oh, all right. Thank you, Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, to that space then of the suicide statistics that we were just discussing. What are your thoughts on that?
I think my sister Bia did a very good. And I love the way she spoke with knowledge. Shows that she has a very good knowledge of mental health and how it affects people, and how that could affect a populace like that of Nigeria. I mean, the Nigerian space is it's enough to cause you mental breakdown. And I mean, just like recently, I mean, I was before allowing me to came in. I mean, before I came in, you asked me to start talking. I was reading a publication on Sahara Reporter, one of the article about somewhere in Adamawa State, where I mean, these people, they went to report to the police, which is the normal thing they should do, because the police, that's the social contract they signed with the government, that you protect us, we'll give you our vote, we'll give you the power to rule over us. But now the people that they asked to rule over them, look at how they are treating them. They went to them, look, we're getting this threat from these people. They say they will come and kill all of us and burn down our house and take over our properties. Can you please help us look for this number? Look at who is behind this number. Who owns this number? You know what they said? They were asking them to pay money.
Yeah, 60,000. Yeah,
that's not ridiculous. I tell you, one man, if I want to look up somebody's number here for my laptop here now, I can sit down here and I'll look it up. And I'll know who owns that number. That is the kind of country we say. We know you use that narrative of, oh, it's a third world country. Fine.
Is it not?
Of course it is. It is. But what I'm saying is something that's as easy as I, that is not even working in any of intelligence, or I'm not working for the Fed. I mean, working for the FBI or whatever. And then,
you are living in the most advanced country in the world, and you want to weigh that standard against the most deprived.
If ordinary citizens does not have such access to such things in Nigeria, but why can't you make a law enforcement agency able to have easy access without having to ask people for money? That's what I'm trying to say. I mean, I'm not talking about even the citizen now. If I'm in Nigeria now, I can't look on somebody's number, but I can go to the police station, tell them, look, at somebody's trying to harass me, or he's doing this to me, he wants to kill me. Can you find out this number? They can do that. The other day we were hearing that they only have one machine in the whole of that country, the country of an oil producing country, one machine, and it has broken down. I mean, what kind of life is that? I mean, this is a law enforcement agency that is supposed to protect the lives of people. In that country, the life of people does not matter anything to anybody. So you can imagine the mental trauma, the PTSD that people will be suffering in that country. You and I will say, okay, I remember when I went to Nigeria recently,
do you think you can still live there? Do you think you can still live? Do you think you can still live there?
I mean, the way things are right now, I cannot live there. Let me just be straight with you on that. The way things are in Nigeria right now, I cannot live there. As I'm trying to tell you, I went there, I cannot even sleep.
Ego is lit, you know.
I cannot even sleep at night.
It's happening in Scotland as you speak.
If I hear any drop of pin in the middle of night like this, I'll just stand up. I will stand up, looking through the window. Maybe they've entered though. They want to come and collect dollar that they did not work for me. You get it? I just like, my mind is always on the edge. Like, any little thing. And they take light like this. To even go out and say, turn on the generator. I'm always, it's just, it's, look at the kind of stress people go through in that country. How it affects their mental health. And how that incites them to committing suicide. The other day we read here on the article, a woman, I think it's a government functionary. He works for the government. He's not able to pay for his son's school fees. She hung herself. She committed suicide for that. So what are we saying? So the mental health of people in that country it's brought upon them by the situation in that country. The country is stressful. The what's it called? The hot sun there, like Bia said, if it hits on your head like this, my goodness, you have kids going on on the go slow who are hawking stuff. Kids are supposed to be in school, like Ajali Koko said. They should be in school. They should be able to sit down, read their books like we did during those days when we were growing up. We have our father and our mom together, and they teach us, and then all those things. Today kids in Nigeria today, they don't do that. They have to hawk, in the hot sun and all of that. So you kind of wonder, when we did not develop mental issues when they grow up as an adult, and not even their parents too. Their parents too are mentally worn out because they have to go look for how to feed their kids, and at the end of the day, they come back no light. You can't even enjoy cool hair. You turn on.
It's a third world country.
One man. I've been to so many other third world countries. Go to Asia, you see people still live, even though they are third world countries. They don't live like animals like we live now in Nigeria. Nigeria is even worse now. Where he's saying Nigeria is third world countries during the time of maybe Abacha, during the time of Babangida, during the time of Obasanjo. Nigeria was third world country, but people were still living, even though things were not as worse as now. But things are worse now. That is why the level of despondency in that country is so high that people just either want to end their life. This is not a trivial matter.
I know.
It's a serious matter, because I've had a family member in the past who almost tried killing himself. Why? Because he was frustrated about life. Life for him was just like so. What I'm just trying to say is that mental health in that country needs to be taken. Should also be given priority. Imagine a country that has about in the whole of that country they have about 3,000 psychiatrists and a nation of about 200 million people, having just about 3,000 or 7,000 psychiatrists in the whole of that country. And a lot of the psychiatrists, a lot of them, they are even planning to move out of that country to go to other developed countries and go practice. And you start wondering, I like the way Bia puts it. I just hope people will go back to what Bia said. Bia happily put it right. She really diagnosed what was wrong with that country, education-wise, how it's affecting people. Because like I said there on the platform, for that country to really move forward, if at all we have to move forward, one of the things that has to be fixed is the education. Everybody needs to be re-educated. You need to know your rights, that whenever you're having mental issues, you need to go see the doctor or see a psychiatrist, not just say, oh, I want to sit there at home, or I want to look for one IGBOMAN or whatever to take care of myself. No, you need to. But because people don't understand these things, they don't know that mental health too is important. That is why just a reason, like I said to you, police people telling people to go and bring 60,000 naira, people that are already under stress of being killed, that alone is a trauma on its own. And what about you asking them to go and bring 60,000 naira they don't even have, perhaps. So for me, mental health in that country needs to be given priority. And I'm not surprised seeing that level of suicide rate in that country is going on, because the stress in that country, coupled with the economic situation, is really what is making it that way.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. So, Rational Mind, we'll round off with Prof. But before you go to Prof, this is he's on again with his usual made-up stuff. It says, one man, Cuba is a third world country with an embargo, and they still have 24-hour electricity. So everything wrong with that statement. Cuba is not a third world country, and they don't have 24 hours electricity in Cuba. So go make up more facts. He's on. So I'm on you.
So if Cuba is not a third world country, what is it then? What are they then?
Cuba is a middle income country, not a third world country.
Wow. Well, I won't argue that with you.
Oh, all right. Thank you. But to you, Prof. So your boy then, Nnamdi Kanu, it looks as though he might well be home for Christmas. Is it a hallelujah time, Professor Datao?
That's nice. But the government, they have to think well, because freeing him is one. Putting things in order to ensure no agitation takes place is another thing. The government is not thinking well, because if they're thinking well, earlier this thing would have been solved. What he demanded for those days, okay, what they call it, Niger Bridge, employment, so whatever, they didn't meet it, and these guys are not ready to meet it. These things are things they ought to do, and they just have to do it because the nation is not. And again, releasing him, they should have to console and compensate.
Does Nigeria have the resources to meet Nnamdi Kanu's demands?
Why won't they have the resources? Do you know what it took them to go and kidnap him? If there's not, we don't need a prophet to analyze it. They have the resources. What resources did they use to bring the so kind Jubril to this nation. The nation has the resources. They're not serious. They have to console and compensate that man. As far as I'm concerned, I don't care whatever they intend saying. They have the resources. The only thing now, the people in that government, especially in this entity of Buhari regime, they prefer exploiting, redirecting resources to bad avenue. They bring resources, call upon Boko Haram people, subject them to repentance. What kind of government is that?
Prof, you know, I used to mock you. I used to mock when you say that's Jubril something. You know, I used to mock.
Yes, you can go on mocking. I don't care because it's more than true.
I'm not mocking anymore because new evidence has emerged. So watch this, Prof. This is Buhari being buried in Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
Shugaban Muhammadu Buhari, Allah kare mana kai. Allah kare mana kai. Ga Isa Alafantami ga shugaban.
So it looks as though you were right all along. That's Buhari's burial in
Yes, I know of that now.
According to Radio Biafra.
No, it's not even real. I don't know where I have watched it.
He's mocking you, Prof. He's just mocking you.
Let him mock me. Oh, Bia, you're there. So you know the day I said that. I remember Rational Mind. I think you, Rational Mind. I don't know if Mike. I said it. You know, there's something I said that I don't need Nnamdi Kanu. I knew this thing before the election. One, I repeat, one, that Buhari will win that election by rigging or whatever. Two, he will die. Three, Osinbajo will not smell that seat. There's some things I see ahead of time. Another one I'm seeing that may come to this so-kind Joe Biden that came into office by rigging. He will soon get out very soon. So that one, by the way, the government has to do the right thing. But if I'm the government, the simple thing is truth. Let them just divide this nation. Why I say it is, we have people in this nation that don't care. I remember one of the days, among the main of your show was that they rose the price of oil, petrol in the East. This is not a nation. You can't be subjecting some other people to hardship purposefully. How can a governor of Imo State?
Is there hardship in the East, Prof?
The thing there is, but you may not notice it. Us in the East, somehow we have become hardened, because I won't forget the first day I traveled from Jos to Kano.
A lot of people say the East is a land of plenty in Nigerian terms.
Yes, we have plenty.
You are living
No. The thing is, because we work hard enough to get that plenty.
You think we don't know how you live? You are
it depends.
Everybody fresh face in the East.
Yeah, but it depends now.
One man, when are you going to travel to the East?
No be weather they cause them.
The East, one man, please. Can you visit the East and see for yourself?
You know, I visited virtually via the medium of videos.
No, you need to go there in person.
This is what
when you go there in person, just like the way I've cruised Yoruba land, I can say a bit about Yoruba in confidence, Yoruba land. But I want you as a person to go there, to put yourself in the physical space of that place.
Why would I go to the East? The only people that go to the East are Easterners now.
So you're not a Nigerian anymore.
Are Yoruba people allowed there?
Are you not a Nigerian anymore?
Are Yoruba people allowed there?
Of course, now we know the right person.
We have Yorubas in Igbo land. Yeah. There are lots of them.
Don't worry, I'll go as soon as our UK finish bid is building.
That's why I love this man. This Yoruba man. Is it Ovation man?
Dele Momodu.
I love him. Yes. He's a true Nigerian.
He's doing well. I like one I like Delemo. He's very objective. I like people like that. Also, I will commend Rational Mind and Ajeliku. They are very objective.
And it's gonna be during December time, so that you will see.
Don't worry, I'll come and join you to eat Isewu.
Okay, once it's Isewu.
Yes.
No, okay, for my friend, we're gonna make this thing for you. Stockfish with I don't know if you.
You know they have the best vegetables in the East.
Yes.
they know all the mineral rich vegetables from the east. Everybody eats the vegetables from the east because it's mineral rich. And Prof is coming here to tell us that they suffer. What
You
are
mean
you talking about?
the fluted pumpkin, ugu?
Yeah. Oh yes, ugu. That's the one.
Fluted pumpkin.
Okay, ugu.
Yeah.
So that's it. So let's. I've said what I should say. The government is not doing well. You understand? They have to just. I've already looked at. There's no point of the nation. They just divide this nation because they're not ready. If they were ready to improve things, because something I watched some days ago, the governor of Imo State, he was speaking in Igbo saying people should clear for so place. He'll come and bomb it.
Do you look
Why
for
that
things
man
from,
is?
Sorry, Prof. Do you look for things online to watch to reinforce your prejudices? Do you look for yes? Do you look for things to watch to reinforce your prejudices?
No, not really. Like that one I of Imo State, it was my wife that showed me. Then sometimes I bump into one thing or the other. I've even reduced watching these things as such, but one time I'll bump into each or one thing or the other. Like that man of Imo State, why that man is saying that thing is because he has a backbone from Aso Rock. And you see what's going on in this Anambra. I learned there's a hidden agenda. They're trying to see how they're going to use the court to overturn that vote.
But that's
in
traditional now. Every election.
But it shouldn't be traditional. Traditional in a way that it is just to cook something, to cook. In short, to cook a pot and cook a crook out of the pot and put in power.
Do you know why they? No. It's
that
not
is it.
Setting the Hopuzodima example aside, it is usual whenever an election is lost in Nigeria, the opposition always goes to court. Do you know why they do that?
Okay, why?
They do that in order to try and recover some of their spend. So the whoever won will then come and negotiate to say, look, okay, I will insulate your expenses, just let it go. So that's usually what they do, just to insulate their expenses.
That could be true, but with the person that Andy Oba a man, with what I know his brother is of capital, they're very bad people. And I don't want that kind of nonsense to go on. God forbid bad thing to go on in my state. Bring that crook of a man in power. That man stole a lot of money under 1 month regime. When he came into power, you see how crooks were jubilating, trooping into government house. That man should leave. So that's it.
All right, thank you. I could hear Coco Melon in the background. So I see your daughter is. I know that. Coco
don't worry. I had to close the door and leave her. She has kept quiet for some time. She's with my son.
I think Coco Melon is the babysitter of the generation.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what she's watching. That's what she's watching.
All right.
One man, please. Yeah. I have a question, please.
Oh, okay, but I want to start to shut down. But
yes, let me just ask the question to Rational Mind. Rational Mind keep on using the word incarcerated. Nnamdi Kanu hasn't been incarcerated. Just the point of correction. He hasn't been incarcerated. I want to ask him: is he incarcerated? And the Kanu hasn't been incarcerated.
Okay, expand on that. So, what has he been there?
Yes, incarcerating is somebody that has been sentenced and put in prison. So, right now, Nnamdi Kanu hasn't been incarcerated.
So what is he
tried? He's being tried.
So he's held in custody.
It's not been tried yet.
It's not been tried, my brother.
Are you a lawyer?
No. He said no. He said
you're contradicting yourself, Thomas.
He said it's being tried.
My sister, what is the meaning of incarceration?
Is the word detained now?
He's detained, but he's not been tried, my dear. He's not been tried.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, what is the meaning of incarceration?
Are you using grammar log? Are you using grammar now?
No,
is this a legal term? You're not a grammar, so stop consulting with words.
One man. You have system with you there. What is the meaning of incarceration?
Can I comment?
Sorry,
Thomas.
Hold on, Ola. What is the greater point? Make that greater point so that then people can tackle it. So, what is the greater point?
My greater point is Rational Mind in its remark he said Nnamdi Kanu being incarcerated.
Right.
Yes, I want to address that incarceration. It's not being incarcerated.
He's been incarcerated.
Hold on. Let him make that point now so we know what he's saying. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Incarceration means somebody that has been sentenced and put in jail. Somebody that's already has
so
a
what
jail
should be
time,
the terminology?
20 years.
Hold on. No. Yeah, hold on.
The terminology
hold on. Don't take us through the long route. Just condense it. So you're saying is not incarcerated. What should be the terminology one, and why are you looking to make the distinction too? So just to the point on both.
Yes, what I'm trying to fish out is that he's being tried. It's on trial, not incarcerated. Right. Incarcerated should be somebody that has been sentenced to prison, 20 years, 50 years. That is incarceration. But
what of the detention? What of the illegal detention?
1 minute. What are you talking about, Thomas? You're contradicting yourself?
I'm not
1 minute. 1 minute, please, people. When someone is incarcerated, they are in confinement. They are in confinement and they've been imprisoned, but he's not been taken to court. So it's part of the process. Do you know what I mean? It's part of the process. So he is incarcerated.
No,
he is incarcerated. He is in confinement, but he's not been taken to court.
One man, can we go ahead, please?
I don't understand what Thomas is talking about.
I don't know.
I don't think Thomas understands what he is talking about.
What's the matter?
What is the meaning of incarceration? You have system with you there. I know what
I'm saying. Thomas, wait.
It seems as if you have some. Don't let your negative encounters with the Igbos, cloud your judgment.
No, you are getting it wrong. You are getting it wrong.
I'm not getting it wrong. I've been watching you from day one.
Thomas, hold on. Can everybody hold on? So this you've asked me, so let me give it to you. So definition of incarceration: confinement in jail or prison, the act of imprisoning someone or the state of being imprisoned, despite the drop in crime in past decades, a rate of arrest and incarceration in New York, etc. So it goes on to, so the act of imprisoning somebody is what means incarceration, and he is in prison. So I'm not sure that there's any point.
Can I say something on that, one man?
Yes, go on.
Because I think he asked me that question. I think that's what that question was meant for.
Yes,
So anyway, so here in America, we have what is known as jail and prison. When somebody's in jail here, it's either you're still being processed to go through the legal system, to go through the court, and if sentenced, then you'll be properly, to prison. That is how it works here in the United States. So jail is when you are still in the process of going to the legal case and whatever that would be. That's if you are found wanting, or if you are found to have, committed that crime, you'll be sent to jail. Now let me use this word. Now, in the case of Abiola, when Abiola was there, I remember back there in the 90s, they used the word the presumed winner of June 12, 1990, whatever election, was incarcerated. So was Abiola sent to jail? Was any court orders sentenced him to jail? So it's a matter of semantics. I don't know how you are dragging.
No, I'm not quite sure what point.
One man, please let me just say something here.
Like one man read too. Like one man read it, meaning it means in jail. You can be in
jail.
There
is something here I'm seeing as well. Rational mind. So, they're saying incarceration is the act of confining or the state of being confined. Imprisonment, on the other hand, is confinement in a place, especially in prison. So that means for imprisonment, you must have been taken to court and judged, and the judge will give the final judgment. But it's different from incarceration. When you're incarceration, is the act of confining someone. You're cleared up.
Let me give my explanation of this.
Thomas, I don't want to drag this on for too long.
Thomas, let me just give you contextual meaning of this thing you are dragging.
I'm not sure what you are asking. I'm not sure there's anything.
The most important thing in this is that you are taking the right of a person away when you confine, were you jailed, were you in prison? The difference between imprisonment and jail is that you are reforming the person when the person is in a prison.
The difference between in whatever it is you're saying is the difference between killed and murdered. You are still
exactly.
dead. You are still dead. So I don't know if there's any point to what I'm sure there's a point you are looking to make, but maybe you are not just articulating it in the way that is been understood. But thank you, Thomas. Let's go on to UK and take his opinion on a talking point, and then we start to round off. So UK, just to that space of the suicide rate and the demography that is being highlighted, your thoughts?
Yeah, the suicide rate now is due to, is a result of the social problem in the society now. You know, those social problems, I can name them: insecurity, divorce, drug, other social vices, you know, which everybody have already have opinion on it. So all those things can result the rate of suicide in a society.
All right.
So, yeah.
And so go on. Yeah.
Yeah, based on the statistic or percentage they say in Nigeria, I mean, it's true, because we don't have no road, no light, no water, no education. Nothing is going. People are not even eating a 3 square meal. So when you look at all those things, even people are homeless. So what do you think will happen now? I mean, some people who cannot, I mean, survival of the fittest. If you can't survive, you will die. You will die of, you know, because not everybody can handle the pressure. So some people will die, some people will live, you know. So that's what I will say on that space. You know, I don't have much. Yeah.
All right, thank you, UK. And the pardoning of the Prince of Umahia, your thoughts? The pardoning of the Alpha One of Umahia.
Well, on my own opinion, he has not committed anything until they try him. You know, they should stop postpone, you know, adjourning the case every day or every month or every three months or every 4 months. I mean, they should just bring out him. I think the whole everything belongs to the government now. They have the judge, they have the lawyers, they have the courts. So why are they scared? I mean, they should bring him so that they will try him, so that everybody will see, you know, what is offense. You know, if they see any offense, then he should go to jail. You know, but if they don't find any offense on him, they should free him. That is what I will say on that aspect. One man.
All right, thank you, UK. So we'll seek to start to round off here, and we start off with Prof. Come back to you, UK, and then we'll take it from there. So Prof, your thoughts?
Okay. The simple thing is this: the government should think wise. They should know all their actions to curtail both Kano and Igbo is not going to save them. They are just facing the entities instead of facing the actual problem. That is what the government is doing that is not going to help them. So my advice to them is they should address this matter, because if they address it, they can be able to keep Nigeria running. But it's a pity they have taken the wrong route. They have routed the wrong route, and I don't think they will be able to save the situation. I now say this, which I said one time in your show. Nigeria is like a rope. The people in power have torn the rope. The rope meant to tie Nigeria together. Now what they do, they pick up the rope, tie it again. They will cause one wahala, that rope will break. They keep tying it. There's a time that rope will become so short and it will not be able to hold the nation together. I rest my case with these words.
All right, thank you, Prof. The one thing that is guaranteed to get Prof to come on the program is to speak ill of Nnamdi Kanu. He will not have it. So thank you, Professor. Good to hear from you. So from Prof, we go on to UK. UK, your thoughts.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody on this platform. Allah, Thomas, Rational Mind, Via, Ajali Koko, and Prof, and more especially one man. Well, the reason why what I just want to say is that, I mean, if these people can give us light road, I think I will be interested to come, because I believe, I think what I have for that country is, I want to see if I will have like a company, like I'll be into production, since they don't want to create job for the people now, we as an individual can create job now, but at least let there be light now, so that when you come, you can able to put one or two companies, you be into production, so that people can eat now, So other than that, I mean, the government, they should try to do better, so that people will have hope, because everyone deserve a good life. At least, even if they don't, I mean, at least people should be able to eat, then have access to medical health, and also have access for education. At least, if you can do it if you can give those things to people, I mean, their life will be okay. They are not asking too much. So I believe things will change one day in that nation, so that everybody will be happy. That's all I want to say.
All right, thank you, UK. A real delight. Now a regular fixture on the platform, UK, but from America. That is the thing, UK, but from America. So thank you, UK. So from UK, we go on to Thomas. Thomas, your words.
Yeah, thank you, Woman. Thank you, everybody. What I want to say, if Nigerian government, they are true about what they are doing, let Nnamdi Kanu have his day in court and let him be judged. This matter of pardoning him, I don't buy the idea. If they really have case with him, they should try him. If they don't have case with him, they should acquit him and let him go about his life and his business. But if they have case against this man and they have evidence to prove their case, he should have his days in court. But if they don't have one, they should bury their head in shame. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Woman. Thank you, all our listeners. May God bless you all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you,
God
Thomas.
bless you too, Thomas.
God bless you too.
Thank you. We love you.
Well, wouldn't go that far, yeah, but thank you, Thomas, nevertheless.
Brotherly love. We love you. Brotherly love you. Your
all
mind
right.
is so dirty, man.
I don't
Wake
know.
up from your slumber.
One man minds in a gutter.
No. Me, I'm a Christian, I'm an usher. So to you then, rational mind to you.
Yeah, I must thank you, One Man, again. You did a good, fantastic job helping us all to come here and talk and deliberate on matters. Speak to those people who consider themselves as the ruling class in that country, and they are clueless in all ramification. They do not know what they are doing. They don't know how to organize a society and how to bring about a just and fair society, and also an organized society that, people. This class of people who call themselves the ruling class, who are the elites and they hold virtually more than half of the wealth of that country. If they create an enabling environment for people, they too will reap. They will reap the benefits. They will continue making their billions if they can. This money they are bringing to United States, Switzerland, and all the rest. They can put something in place in that country, fix that electricity, and in fact, they can't even let the government privatize it, and really, when I mean privatize it, really privatize it and let people pay for it and give them the service. That country will industrialize. That country will move forward, and they will continue building their empire of whatever empire they want to build. They want to build a conglomerate, and they want to build kind of like a corporation whereby they make money, like in the United States. You see some family controlling a big empire of hotels and financial institutions. They can continue doing that, but why can't they do that? I mean, are they happy seeing people committing suicide? I mean, the way people are committing suicide in that country, are they happy seeing people living a wretched life and they are living in a mansion in Banana Island or wherever they have their mansions? I mean, are they happy? I mean, Yoruba people say, I mean, it's himself is an otoshi. It's like a rich man in the midst of 100 poor people. Himself is a poor person because you're poor because you cannot help your people, you cannot help your friends, you cannot help your brothers and sisters. So how are you rich? So it's for these elites to think, it's for them to think. It's not just taking money to Dubai, taking to London and building big things, and these people use the money for themselves there. Put something in place in their country, fix the education, fix the electricity. I mean, these two things, if they can really work on these two things, for me, if I become a president in that country, which I don't think I want to ever become, but if I do, I will three things will be my priority: lights, that is electricity, education, and maybe infrastructure, which is the road. Basically, I will fix that. So they just need to think that it's not in their interest that people are poor, almost 200 something million people are in poverty, and when we only have maybe like 1 million people or 2 or 3 million people enjoying the rich, the wealth of that country, it makes no sense. So for me, it's for the leaders to think, have a rethink of how they are leading our country, and let them move that country forward. And that's all I have to say. I want to thank everybody and have a lovely weekend for everybody.
All right, thank you, Rational
too,
Mind.
Rational Mind.
Good to hear from you. So from Rational Mind, we go on to Ola. Ola, your words.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. This is another fruitful evening from here. I know it's morning somewhere. Overall, we understand that the essence of this platform is to enlighten ourselves about our rights, about what we are doing right and what we are not doing right. You see, why our leaders take us for granted is just because it is either we don't know our right or we've delegated our right in such a way that we've left so much vacuum. And when you have vacuum, it's either the good things fill in that vacuum or the bad one filling that vacuum. So whichever one that fill the vacuum mostly is what is going to have the overall impact. And this is what we are having in the country today. So what am I saying is we need to wake up to our responsibility and be curious about those people that want to lead us, and be curious even about those people that are leading us, about what we can do to make them comfortable and to make sure that in the long term, this guy will never be there to dictate to us. So our right that we've delegated to these people is the same thing they are using now to oppress us, and we need to take all this delegation away from them. We need to take our destiny to our own palm, to our own hand, and we move forward. So what am I saying in essence is, as much as possible, I will just encourage us to share this forum to reach a wider audience, and at the same time too, those people that are the background, it would be nice for them to come online, to share their opinion. The more we share this thing, the more we realize our mistake, and the more we are able to rectify our mistake. Then we are going to be better off in the long term. So thank you everyone that have listened to this, and thank you everyone that has spoken this evening. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Ola. A real delight. So from Ola to Bia.
Okay, what I want to say is that I feel so sad that our youths are going through terrible suicidal elapses, underlying mental health issues, loneliness, lack of no job, no work to do to keep their minds and hands busy, all manner of bullying, abuses, both emotional, physical, and material, even peer pressure stigmatization and isolation, poverty, marginalization, based on all forms of inequalities, including bereavement, and substance abuse as well. Low self-esteem, that's part of that peer pressure. When you see your neighbor, their father is a politician and they've looted the whole Nigeria, sent abroad to go to the whole to go to university in Oxford. They come home and you're a neighbor, possibly even more brighter, and they see you on the road with their cars and they won't even they don't need to give you lift, but a little bit of smiles and love. Instead, they spray you with gutter water, Even at that, what should you do? Affecting your self-esteem, making it low, causing self-harms, depression, in fact, including police brutality in Nigeria with the NSAS, operations of all manner of oppressions, including political oppressions, environmental oppressions, social injustice, name it. So we need the right counseling for our youths, the right support for our young people, right conducive, progressive environment for young people to thrive, early interventions, not when they are gone and then we start judging them. Look at that. We should be our brother's keeper, right infrastructure in place to support families going through hardships, including mental health challenges, instead of stigmatizing and isolating them like we normally do. We can as well find a way, create infrastructures that helps to manage substance abuse and dependency for solutions, because some of these young people, when they're going through stuff, they may be afraid because of our cultures of respect, not to of shame, sharing their problems with their family members, and they may go to their peers who may not know better, and then they get misled. So we need to show more love to our youth in Nigeria. We need to lead by example, creating more jobs by the political elites, better educative system for all youth, regardless the backgrounds. Peace to you all, and thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. We love you to one man, regardless.
Well, you see, you have to add the Jara. You can't just leave it there, or you have to add the Jara, but that is Bia, always a delight. All right, thank you, Bia. Sleep well. So from Bia, of course, then to the mighty Ajanle Koko. I like Ajanle Koko, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to thank everybody that came on the platform tonight to express their thought on every talking point. Woman is doing a great job, and he has done. Is doing that job very good for putting up this platform for us to try our best to educate and enlighten our people in our own little way. And I think the platform is reaching far, it's going far. We all we want is a better life for our people, better country for our people. On the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, the president has spoken. He said this doable, but it's going to be difficult. It's elderly to handle the issue. The institutional unconditional does not mean that the government is weak. It's obviously is acting in a position of strength, because the end result is to bring peace to the Eastern Quarter. When peace comes back to the Eastern Quarters, that is when the government wins. So it is doable. Also, it can do the same with Igbo in the West. And you have to give assurance to everybody in that country that we are one people and we have to work together. All they need to do is to do the right thing by breaking down that central power, deploy the central power to the subunit in the country, and let people continue to see, start seeing their state and their region as more important to them than the federal government. So once they can achieve that, the nation will come united and we move together in towards development, towards achieving the same goal. So it is doable. I wish it could do it as quick as possible, because the nation is going down. The nation is disintegrating on him. The use of force cannot win. The use of force cannot achieve anything. The use of force will disintegrate the nation. The use of force will break apart everything that nation sit upon. So they need to use this wisdom to manage the affair very well. Other than this, I want to thank our viewers all over the world and people that are listening to us. Those of you chatting behind the scene, I give thanks to you for your patience and your participation behind the scene, chatting and contribute in your own way to the discussion. So please subscribe, share, like, and press the notification button, so that whenever One Man Went to Moon is going on live, you can get notified. I really thank everybody. One man.
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. Sleep well. So that was Ajale Koko, ladies and gentlemen, as ever, rounding things up for us. So the final word to Ajale Koko. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.